All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to proceed on with TERATH'S Hunt. We are on for our second session, and there has indeed been a session summary written by the Shambler, who's taken it up to do that, which is very nice. Gives him something to do on his work shifts, I presume, so we are getting into that momentarily. It's also worth noting that we have managed to rope in none other than Balethal to add to our retinue of donor players. He was here for the observing the previous session, but now we're going to have him involved. However, he is still setting up his character, so when we get to the point where his character will be introduced, maybe at the end of this session, we might get him to do that character introduction the same way that we had it for everybody else who was already ready to go from the first session. So while he was working on his character, we're just going to keep on playing out. And when I have the go-ahead from him, we're going to go and assume that it's all good and find a way to incorporate him in. We've already got our ideas down, so I don't think there's going to be any problems there. But I will go ahead and read our session recap. But before I do, how is everybody doing? Everybody just about ready to get started on some stuff, some good D&D? You guys remember your characters well enough, even though it's been 2 weeks?
Who am I playing again? Just kidding. Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Classic move. I will say that despite the last session being relatively combat heavy, it did feel like you guys had a lot of experiences, especially related to arm wrestling. So that was a good time. Let's get our session summary through then. So, again, courtesy of the Shambler who plays Nathaniel here. Nathaniel and Tiber are sent on a scouting mission by the mercenary company they are employed with, alongside 2 knights of Pylust and a female magic user. This initial party encounters a primitive idol in the caves before being ambushed by orcs of significantly greater power than the savages previously dispatched in the expedition. With Nathaniel taking the first real blow and Tiber suffering from several wounds of his own as combat progresses, it is only due to the intervention of an Aranask, later nicknamed Kyle by Tiber, that the mercenaries managed to dispatch the orcs without anyone going down. While no doubt a boon for the scouting party during the battle, Kyle is distrusted by Nathaniel and the other male knights due to his monstrous appearance. Despite suffering major wounds in the fighting, or perhaps due to his immediate weakness, Kyle is cooperative and provides useful information to the party. The most immediately relevant fact being how an orcish archer managed to escape. The cowardly brute had teleported away with the use of magical fire. So, Kyle, after some arm wrestling shenanigans with Tiber, elected to join the mercenaries in their investigation of the hill, which the orc had been shooting from. The conclusion of which involved Nathaniel attempting to destroy the magical brazier on the hill via spilling its contents, only to discover that the flaming stone within the key was the key mechanism to the orcish teleport, requiring that Kyle destroy it with a ray of frost. Deliberating on their next course of action, the party eventually decides to send one of the knights back to camp, so as to inform the expedition of the potential threats of teleporting orcs. Nathaniel's reasoning behind being that the light resistance up to this point could have been a ruse to lure the mercenaries into a disadvantageous position, before surrounding them via the use of hidden altars. Down a man, the party continues deeper into the caverns regardless, eventually encountering 2 drow and their orcish servants. The mercenaries set a trap around the corner after Nathaniel and Kyle scouted ahead, but not before taking notice of a Gremish scout towards their rear. The party elects to ignore this potential threat and trigger the ambush anyway. Together, Spider and Man initiated combat with 2 javelins and a ray of frost from the dark, temporarily disabling another brazier and dealing minor damage to one of the elves. Combat ensues and the traps do their work, alongside several volleys of arrows. After Nathaniel barely dodges a magical snare of the enemy's making. Taunting his dark elf foes during combat, Nathaniel attempted to bait the drow further into the traps, only to be bested by elvish cunning, with a slice to the prince's back made possible only through magical teleportation. The masochistic drow swordsman brought Nathaniel low in a single blow before being knocked out himself. Although in a twist of fate, the drow would soon rise from his prone position and flee into the darkness, leaving the mercenaries with what seemed like to be only a Pyrrhic victory as they scrambled to wake Nathaniel, and Tiber set off to confront the Gremish scout. Immediately ordering Kyle to pursue the drow upon his waking, Nathaniel was not content to let his quarry escape. While the Spider-Man tried his best, it would ultimately be the Prince's dagger that finished the job after the other elf burned his reaction on a counterspell. Upon the battle's conclusion, the party raced to reconnect with Tiber, who had begun a discussion with the Grimish, later identified as Skinmore. Over the course of several minutes of negotiations, the party learned of the existence of a giant creature referred to as Bonemore, which the Grimish was keen to take them to, as well as a region of the Tenebril known as Emitar's Embrace. After some internal deliberation, Kyle and the female mage reveal that Emitar's Embrace is the legendary tomb of an ancient Tenebril king that could be of interest to the party, as well as its enemies. The party decides to short rest for an hour or so as to lick their wounds before setting off to meet Bonemore, and Nathaniel resolves to burn the orc idol as well as to leave behind a clue as to where they are headed in case the worst should happen. And with that, I think we are just about ready to begin. Does anybody have anything else they wanted to add? I think there was something actually, if I'm remembering correctly anyway, from that Shoulder had written, that Kyle's player had written, as a clarification about the magical snare.
Yeah, it was only about Nathaniel almost getting eaten by a big monster.
A big monster, yeah. He hasn't told him that yet, so just a reminder for the homies. Okay, with all of that said, then I think we're. What'd you say?
One more thing.
Yeah.
I am you.
I am, and then cut out. What was that? You're just gonna say I am you?
I am you.
Oh, okay. All right. You got owned by Discord. Okay. Well, we are ready to get started on the short resting part. I think some of you guys already pushed the short rest button. Is that right? I see.
I have not.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure who needs to still, but feel free to.
Okay.
I guess I should scroll up in the chat to see, but it doesn't actually look like anybody hit the button, so everybody can.
Oh.
Yay.
Bang, I'm full.
That was easy.
I would have been full even if I rolled a 1 there, but...
Ah, got him.
I only had to recover 3 hit points.
Well, during this time, Nathaniel buried that clue with the sigil of our mercenary company, sort of marked in the dirt. And would there be any trouble just burning this thing here?
Talking about the orcish totem, or?
Yeah, he would have got his tinderbox and a torch and.
Oh, it's worth noting as a reminder that Skinmore had identified it to have been way older than orcs, so it's not quite accurate to call it an orcish totem. It's been way older. And you said, "Do you think so? You won't mind me burning it?" And he's like, "That could be a good change." So he doesn't seem attached to it himself, but just letting you know, as you approach it, there's an aspect to it that feels very dated and aged.
Is there anything I could do to get a better idea of what sort of civilization, if you could call whatever this idol is dedicated to, would erect this thing?
Yeah, if you want to roll me a history check.
All right. That's 3.
That is 3. Well, I will tell you that by examining the architecture here, you can tell that the stones have been weathered by time. It's not really easy for you to gauge their origin, particularly a fish out of water as you are, relative to the rest of this continent. But you'll note that serpentine grooves have been carved into some of the larger components of this totem, indicating some peculiar flavor to the architecture.
Serpentine. All right. Regardless, it's not one of my gods, and it was found in a place of seeming evil. So Nathaniel will destroy it. So is it more? It's more stone than anything else. So burning it wouldn't really do much.
So it is definitely made mostly of stone. There are some wooden aspects that have already mostly rotted away by now, revealing that part of the architecture may have at one point been more involved than what you see here.
Hey, man.
Oh, hey, man.
Amen. In which case, we'll just topple it.
Okay, so you're kind of like finding the spots that are of the most weak.
Yeah, and just shoving really fucking hard.
All right, give me an athletics check then. Ooh, almost a crit, dude. Almost an instant success there. All right, Nathaniel. Were there to be any onlookers, we'll say that your rather thorough examination, which turned up not much about the stones that build out this totem, and your attempted deconstruction of it had initially not necessarily proved the most fruitful, but the end result of all of this is something that thoroughly topples it just with one fell swoop of your, one really good sort of line back and then charge forward. You're able to push over the little obelisk here and sending pieces of it splintering in a very loud display.
Gotcha. Well, with that done, there's not really much I can really do after that. Nathaniel will just make a marking of both his gods in the dirt next to it, and then move on back to the party.
Alrighty. Anybody doing anything else in between, like anything that Akaxi or Tiber are doing for downtime activities?
I'm eating this orc.
You're eating the orc. Fair enough. Fair enough. Tiber, Nathaniel was busy, smashing a statue or whatever, but look at this guy. I mean, you got this spider guy eating an orc. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm like, Tiber is fascinated. He's watching you eat the orc, like almost like a child watching ants on an anthill.
An apt comparison given Tiber's immense size.
And I guess he'll kind of just be sitting there, like snacking on some rations while he watches you just devour this orc.
While that's going on, Eric will be sort of standing watch. Kind of, he was within view and maybe gave a low whistle as Nathaniel busted open the totem. And Leoza will be a little bit further away from the rest of the group. Slightly out of view of even Skidmore, but definitely more on the side of just staying out of immediate eye shot of anyone who would emerge from any of the cavern entrances, while she peers through some paper, some not quite a book, but it's some sort of collection of notes.
Is this happening while I'm eating?
Yeah, she doesn't seem to have had much of a reaction to you eating. Like, you saw her, if you were paying attention to her, you would have seen her, look over at you, size up what was happening there, and then be like maybe do a, and then, keep walking kind of thing.
I was gonna say, if I'm done eating by now, I'd probably go figure out what the hell she's doing.
Okay, yeah, so she'll still be doing that when you finish eating, and you've had Tiber also eating while watching you. What do you do as you finish up? And soon after, this is you're finishing up as Nathaniel walks back from his work as well. It's maybe been half of the short rest so far.
I would probably just be examining what I would leave whatever remains of the orc in the webs and the cocoons, and then I would be examining what Leo's is doing in the corner.
Okay, so from your vantage point, actually, give me a perception check. That'll be a good one.
Do I forget how to roll in this game? Oh,
Ooh.
where's my inspiration when I need it?
So, Akaxi, as you survey one of your newfound companions, you see that you'll note that she's very. It's not necessarily the easiest thing to determine, but your keen senses report back to you that she is covertly attempting to keep her notes, whatever these pieces of paper are, to herself, uh, without necessarily being overtly overt about it. Like she's almost trying to appear casual. This is almost like a pseudo insight you're able to see in her, where she's like not. She's trying to make it not look like it's a big deal, but just narrowly too hard for you to see what she's up to. She's clearly scribbling something, scrawling in with an ink pen onto some parchment, but she's doing so in a way that none could ever read what she is writing, and none can ever know even necessarily like the makeup of the language, like what kind of things are being written and in what manner and what is the like she's hiding her emotions. Her face is dead stone cold, like nothing about this is readable as far as like being able to figure out what she's doing.
Coxie will like look down to Tiber and will say, "She's hiding something."
Tiber will look at you a little confused.
Like what?
It's paper.
They have paper in their pack all the time.
No, I mean, she's... And he'll just grumble and start to, like, crawl over and try and get a better look.
It's about that time that you'll hear the sudden unlinking of a metal clasp and a light thud, maybe a little too squishy for most people's liking, as Nathaniel successfully removes one of the orc hands from the iron knuckles.
I'm sneaky.
Yeah, you are a sneaky part. Hold on, I want to see something.
I lose sight of you in the
Aw, that's so
the
sad.
ceiling.
Dude, I really wanted Skidmore to notice you and be like, yes, spy on her, like really loudly. Unfortunately, he's not able to quite notice. You're too sneaky. All right. As you find your way almost silently dashing between the shadows created by all of these stalactites, what are you looking at here? What are you trying to identify about her writing? Because it doesn't seem like she's noticed you.
What are the words? What's the language? What does it say? All that.
It's definitely not a language you know. And the way that she's writing them is also rather odd. She's drawing these like oversized symbols by drawing some sort of outline to them. And in the process of doing so, she starts another outline next to the first one and then goes back and fleshes out, fills in the first outline. And it's almost like she's trying to finish the whole like one or two symbol unit of text, of written word. She's trying to do all of that, but almost in sequence, as if the sequence is important or something, by which the writing is recorded. But it's definitely not something that you are able to piece together as far as like what that is.
Coxie will look on as it continues, and then we'll go, "What are you doing?"
With a like jump, almost like a jolt, she snaps her notes away from anybody's vision, looks around almost in a bit of a panic with her wide eyes, and then as she's looking up at you, it's almost like she attempts to compose herself and seems a lot more calm about the situation all of a sudden, as she says, "I'm writing notes. What are you doing?"
realizing how bad of a liar you are.
She almost chuckles a little bit, like she's got a smirk going, and you hear like a what would maybe be a haughty sort of laugh, like as if like, how dare you say that to me? But she has a bit of mirth about her as she says, "Well, it's not my fault you can't read the language."
Well, I mean, you could still tell me what's happening.
As I said, no.
You guys are weird.
Nathaniel walks over the Tiber, and I assume I see Kyle now skittering back towards him.
Is Kyle trying to be sneaky about returning?
I don't know. You rolled a 5.
Well, are you returning sneakily, or are you...
Nah, we'll say you can see me.
Okay. So, seeing Kyle skitter towards him, he say, "The devil? I thought I'd... Never mind." And then he looks at Tiber. Then he looks up and says, "What are you doing up there still, anyway?"
And you see Tiber is investigating the remains of the orc to see, like, did Kyle eat the bones? Like, what exactly was not eaten?
That's a good question.
To be a good pet owner, I have to feed him certain parts.
It's in a cocoon on the ceiling, so I don't know how. Like the remains of the orc is in a cocoon on the ceiling, so I don't know how much you'd be able to tell.
Well, how maybe the makeup of like how gaunt it looks, right? Like, does it look fully exsanguinated? Basically, is it just like a fully empty sack of flesh, basically?
It's definitely a pretty grim sight.
Cool.
You have a sturdier stomach than me, Tiber. This thing is misbegotten.
And he's just gonna point at it and look to you, and he's gonna say,
Look at what my spider can do.
With clicks and cracks, Coxie will say, "I'm no one's spider, but I did do that."
Whatever you say, Kyle.
Do it to orcs and orcs alone. Cleaner folk. Touch any cleaner folk, and I'll tear. Jesus Christ. And I'll tear your guts up. Never mind, I give up.
What do you say?
That's all in character.
Yeah, that's all I get. Yeah, it's just the stutters, everything. You know, Jesus Christ is canon.
Yeah.
Oh.
Coxie, we'll say you threaten to hurt Coxie if he touches anything but an orc, and Coxie will look at you and go, What about like a drow or other creatures down here?"
As I said, don't touch clean folk. The dark elves are degenerates.
I mean, you don't look very clean, but
Nathaniel narrows his eyes.
true.
That's
it.
it. That's all he does.
He's like, "Are you fucking serious?"
Kyle, you'll see if you have keen enough senses, you'll see 2 of Acoxie's eyes squint back at you, and the other 6 just kind of staring blankly.
Let me spell it out in a language you can understand. Fight any human corpses and deny them the proper burial rites, and I'll put you in the ground next to them.
Acoxie will look at you and go, humans taste bad anyway.
Tiber will, looking to you, Kyle, hold a hand to his mouth as if he's whispering to you, but still say somewhat loudly,
It's all right. We'll just make them look like orcs.
Nathaniel, you believe him.
Yeah, there you go. I like letting the person who is being incited decide what the outcome of that is. That's pretty good. All right. At around this time, Eric will say, Tiber, you're right. I thought it looked like an orc, but it's just Kristoff.
Ha!
Around the corner, there's a torchlight emanating, and Kristoff sort of looks up at you all, towards you all, and then back to the statue and says, Tiber, did you beat that one in an arm wrestle?
I have beaten a few in an arm wrestle.
With a chuckle.
Makaxi,
Oh, go ahead.
Makaxi will whisper to Eric and say, best make sure he's not a shapeshifter. Some weird things down here.
If you can tell, if you can see between Eric's helmet and to his eyes, you might see that his eyes have gone a little bit wide as he sort of cautiously trudges towards Kristoff and is clearly looking at him very, very strongly, like very thoroughly investigating him.
Nathaniel says Kristoff, and then moves to embrace his hand, pull him in for a friendly clasp.
As you do so, he's we'll say he's in the middle of putting out his torch, and as he does so, he's just about got it stationed away, and then that's when you come in for the move, and he's like, Nathaniel, good to be back. Glad you're all still in one piece, I presume. Where's Leoza?
She's with the... Nathaniel pauses. Gremish.
Yeah, she's with Skinmore.
Not that you can tell through his helmet, but Kristoff seems to have taken on an air of confusion as he says, Skinmore.
We have much to tell you, Kristoff. And I'm afraid that we might be sending you back with yet more messages.
Well, let me tell you what the mercenary company said first, then. If I am to be a messenger boy, I should finish my current one, don't you think? And, well, you'll just have to tell Leoza, whenever she gets back from speaking to this other person, that the general has decided that we are to continue pressing forward, but he has recalled some of the groups. They're going to do a search for as many of these braziers or other such stones as they can find. Is there anything else you've found out about them?
Not in regards to them specifically, no.
If you just want to tell me sort of, in general, what you think, what you guys think he'll, need to be carrying back as far as information, we could sort of, fast-track time-lapse that one. But I don't know if you guys want to specifically, deliberate first or what, say that you've planned on what to report to him, if there's anything you intend to leave out for the company.
Was he here for the Aeronask?
Yeah. He was here for up until you guys all found that the Aeronask pointed out the brazier. And then we had the party, try to figure out how to deal with it, how to turn it off or deactivate it. And then Nathaniel pushed it over, and the Ray of Frost happened from Kyle. And that's basically when he was sent back, as far as, watch out for these things. They need magical, intervention in order to stop them, that kind of thing.
All right, so we tell them that about the fight with the Drow and the Orcs, and that they're in league together, and that the Drow was able to teleport in anime. Um, Also, we would tell him that about Skinmore and Bonemore, and that we are setting off for the rumored location of Emitar's embrace, and that we have reason to suspect that the elves may also be moving on that location.
Anything that Tiber or Kyle would want to fill him in on? In addition to what Nathaniel says?
Nah.
Tell them that I have a new spider named Kyle.
Well, okay.
My name is Akaxi.
Kristoff's eyes are definitely a little bit wide, especially at the mention of Drow, and even more so at the mention of Emitar's embrace and what it is. And he takes a breath and says, I'm gonna need to write this down. And then, as Tiber mentions his new spider, and as Kyle mentions his actual name, Kristoff is at first perplexed and then starts to chuckle a little bit. Then when Nathaniel mentions that Eric hit several things, he's going to turn over to the sort of stiff-looking Eric and say, Eric, you hit things? And then Eric's stiffness will sort of move away for a moment, and he's like, oh, damn, it really is you. And he moves over to give him a bit of a bro hug as Kristoff is, again, visibly perplexed.
Got him.
After that, Kristoff seems to be standing ready for with the information, and he says, if we need to send more men to this Emitar's embrace after you, since it seems you've resolved to go on your own for now, how will we find you? Is there any way that we can follow some sort of marking or something of the sort that will lead us to where you go?
Daniel will roll up like his sort of sleeve and show one of a distinctive part of his godly marking. Not like the actual full marking in full because it's pretty complex, but maybe like a distinct sort of
like a
piece
stab
of it.
out of it, yeah.
Yeah, something that's kind of simple but distinctive, and you say, I'll make my best attempt to leave this mark along cave walls along the cave walls as we move.
Understood. We'll bring plenty of torches. Is there anything else I should know before heading on back?
Nah. I think it's time for us to go meet Bonemore. See you later, Kristoff.
Kristoff shakes his head a little bit and then gives Nathaniel one last arm clasp handshake thing, and the same for Eric, and cautiously towards Tiber saying, I already know I'd lose the arm wrestle with you.
Tiber will chuckle and will give him a gentle clasp, considering the difference in size, and he will say,
You're right.
With a bit of mirth and nod to all of you in your all general direction, Kristoff will turn around and reignite his torch as he disappears once again from whence he came.
May the goddess speed be with him. No, actually, I have a better line. May the fates be with him.
Yeah, and may he not turn into a skinwalker, says Eric.
What do you mean by that?
Walk?
It's something that the spider said.
That spider seems to know a great deal of some things. I'll have to speak with him soon. Venturing into the tombs of underground kings is troublesome enough. Last thing we need is more surprises.
I hope there are more orcs.
There's always more orcs. While they were finishing up their conversation, were you doing anything, Akaxi?
He would have just been observing quietly, perhaps even stealthily.
Perhaps.
Midly.
Oh,
shit. He sees all.
All right, so...
Yes, sneak on me.
So, Akaxi, you approach the site of Leoza speaking to Skidmore, and you're able to hear her seemingly asking many questions about Bonemore. Like, questions about size, like, how big is he really? Like, what sort of creature is he? And she's not getting very useful information back. Skidmore is just saying, Bonemore is like Bonemore, and he is the size of Bonemore. And then, as you approach, he says, but that one is not the size of Bonemore. In fact, that one is almost only the size of Skidmore, and Skidmore is not the size of Bonemore. And Leoza turns to face you.
I think I'm roboting.
Oh.
I think I'm back now. Check.
Yep.
Alright, what did I miss?
Leoza was trying to ascertain information about the identity of Bonemore and like what kind of creature Bonemore is and how big Bonemore is. And Skidmore says, Bonemore is like Bonemore, and is the size of Bonemore. So not very helpful.
Yeah,
And then when he sees you, he says, but that one is not the size of Bonemore. That one is almost as small as Skidmore, and Skidmore is not the size of Bonemore either.
Akaxi will look at Skidmore and go, hi.
Leoza raises an eyebrow up at you and says, well, that is the most I've been able to learn so far.
Nathaniel will draw his blade and he'll say, would Bonemore use this as a toothpick?
There's like a cackle, a very unsettling laugh. It almost fills your mind with the idea of a pack of roving animals, wild and ferocious and not what you would want to stumble upon, especially in a dark place like this. And as the cackling subsides, Skidmore says, ha ha ha, a toothpick? You would need bigger.
Nathaniel, okay, well, I gotta make a check real quick.
He's gonna measure out his plate. Oh.
Nathaniel's face hardens and he says, Bonemore dragon?
Oh. Skidmore seems to ponder this idea. Skidmore thought that too once. But dragon also not big enough to be Bonemore.
And Nathaniel sort of pokes on the word as he says, friend, you will have the distinct honor of introducing me to the largest beast I have ever seen.
Skidmore seems delighted to hear this as he says, yes, the largest beast you have ever seen. But don't tell Bonemore I said beast.
Nathaniel looks to the party to see if they're still willing to continue forward, knowing that we're apparently going to go see the Great Maw.
Any objections from the party as of right now?
Nah, dude, it's bone more time.
I am curious to see what this bone more is.
I really thought you were gonna ask. I really thought you were gonna say, "I am curious to see what this bone more is made of."
Thing is like a fucking tyrannid from the sound of it.
Well, looks like you guys are all about ready to depart, and so Skinmore will leap down from his perch and skitter through towards the front of the line in front of Nathaniel, and he'll point. Oh, sure. Leoza seems unfazed, unflapped, but Eric is clearly maybe a little bit more like, huh? What? Huh? But he's in with him. He's in for a penny, in for a pound. Doesn't seem to be vocalizing a protest.
All right. Then Nathaniel looks at Skinmore as he jumps down. How tall is Skinmore?
Skidmore is about 4 feet tall.
Oh, so he's very small. I lord over him.
So it would seem. Skidmore is going to say, "Now that you are all assembled and ready to depart, I shall lead the way. But I have no torches. You may want to bring one yourself."
Nathaniel will light a torch.
You do have Tiber's already lit, but
Yeah, but he'll also be holding a torch.
makes sense.
He'll also have his sword drawn.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh shit.
he placed a measured template, guys.
Nuclear launch detected. Why is that like that?
It's silly. It's supposed to. So if you right click on your token, there's a little fire icon at the top. You can just left click that.
Okay, so I should use that resource. And then fire icon. Is it on my token?
Yeah, you right click your token.
Ah! Torch. Okay, I clicked it. Didn't do anything. It's highlighted orange. Do I have light on me? Do I?
Yeah, this is
Oh, I
very
do.
faint.
There we
Yeah,
go.
It's fainter than what Tiber has because I set up a custom thing for Tiber, but it is there.
Gotcha.
I'll do the
All
same
right.
thing years later.
Alright. So, Nathaniel will motion for Leoza, Tiber, and Eric to stick with him for a second. Just a second as Skinmore scutters off and Kyle presumably follows. And he'll say, "This thing speaks as if Bowmore is its god. Let's make sure we're not sacrifices. Keep an eye out for ambushes."
Maybe Bonemore is actually just Orkmore.
An orc that big. I hate to imagine the smell.
I would still be able to eat it.
Leoza was about to respond, but had to take a moment to realize what had just been said. But then chooses not to respond to that part and says, "I'm a little bit less concerned about whatever this Bonemore is, and a little bit more concerned about, well, the fact that we're going into Emitar's embrace with no idea whether or not there's more drow or orcs around. We will have to be on our guard no matter what, but you do raise a good enough point about the nature of Skinmore's attachment to this thing.
Either way, we were sent here to clear this place out.
Nathaniel nods. That we will do. Be it a giant or a legion of orcs, we will triumph.
I share your optimism, man, but a legion of orcs seems like it might be easier to deal with than whatever this gargantuan thing is.
The gods are with us, brother. Fear not. If we are swallowed whole, we will cut our way out of its belly, if needs be. But it may not be our fate to slaughter such an immense being. We are scouts. We will look and leave, if it allows us to do so.
Seemingly satisfied with this answer, you'll see Kyle Eric straighten up a little bit.
Gotcha.
What was your intelligence saving throw for, if we may know?
Brother.
I thought maybe it would.
I'm going to take up the back of the troop so I can be a wall for anything that reaches out for Leo's or Eric.
Okay, that makes sense.
Nathaniel will say to Eric, we'll motion Eric and say, oh, actually, he'll look at Tiber. He'll say to Tiber, he'll show him his the part of the tattoo that he showed Kristoff earlier, and say to Tiber, since you're taking up the rib, it will be your duty to it will have to be your duty to mark our passage. Do you think you could copy this with a few quick strikes of steel on stone?
What? Show me.
Oh yeah, he showed it to you.
It's just like it's a simple part of a more complex holy symbol that you've seen on Nathaniel's person before. So it's like you could imagine it like maybe an arrowhead without anything in the center. So it's just almost like an inverted V maybe, and there's one extra strike that splits all of them. So think of like how you would draw an A, but each piece is a little bit separate from itself. Oh my god, you got a natural one.
Yes.
I don't think
I
you could
understand.
do
I understand. Perfect. I can't wait to see how this goes.
Oh my god. Please, God, please. Oh no.
You believe him
Nathaniel
fully.
believed you. He has total faith in Tiber. He says, good man. And proceeds to the front.
Perfect. Incredible, honestly.
Oh, he will, before he does that though, he will say, all right, every 200 paces or so should do.
All right, homies. We do have confirmation that Balethal is good to go, so we're going to be fitting him in pretty soon here. As you guys begin to leave and follow in Skinmore's footsteps, you will certainly see and hear him like almost muttering a little bit to himself, but he's also kind of kicking through the dank cavern hallway where the air no longer seems to be quite as stale the deeper you go. and the way that he's moving through, it's like half of a skip sometimes. He's clearly in a very excited state, and occasionally, he comes to a sudden stop and turns around, and then silently turns back around after examining all of you, and returns to his movements.
Oh, is he still proceeding, or?
Yep. So this is theater of mind part for this, so that you guys are moving through the cavern right now. I was just describing a phase of the stuff with what Skidmore was doing, and obviously I'm curious about what we're going to see for these markings from Tiber.
Well, I guess. What kind of check would that be?
Now that is a good question. But I
guess
think he
sleight of
already
hand,
failed
because
the
it's like
check.
his artistry. And like -1 because he fucking won.
Yeah.
-3 because it's funny.
Well, he would. It's like I don't even know what you would say. He has to roll a 1d100 -60 or something. Anyway, what do you think, Tiber? Do you have any particular ideas how Tiber's gonna make the marking or attempt to, from what he saw?
Yeah, so once the party trails into this corridor that Skidmore is leading them into, he will kind of stop at the entrance, thinking about what Nathaniel told him, and then he will just kind of take his fist and punch the stone to see if he leaves enough of a mark.
Ah. Okay. Give me an athletics check with advantage. Okay.
22.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and say that you absolutely make a dent. And not only that, but this looks like it would be easy work for you. So there's just, for everybody else who's walking through, there's just a sudden slam from the very, way back. And immediately you hear like Eric going, Jesus, Tiber. Well, he wouldn't say Jesus. Sorry, Nathaniel kind of poisoned me by saying Jesus Christ earlier. Eric would say, by the gods, Tiber. And then, maybe Leoza would let out a small huff. But Skidmore would seem to not notice at all.
And Tiber will just continue on catching up as if nothing happened. And then every 200 feet, he will do it again.
Any
So is he just
reactions
punching the wall
he's
and just
punching
leaving,
the wall.
leaving the dent?
Yes, he's denting
He's
the
not even
wall
trying
on the
to make the marking anymore. He's just like, yeah, it's just boom. They know what that means.
Yeah, smash. Any reaction from you then, Nathaniel, or from you, Acoxy, about this smashing of a trail?
Nathaniel
This is
expected
normal.
there to be sound. So he's okay. He's just going forward confidently. Like, yeah, Tiber knows his shit.
Perfect.
Yeah, he saved my life. He's totally competent. I would never doubt a brother.
Bailiff, I sent you a quick message in your thread. We're gonna also this. Ooh, yeah, okay, that's perfect. You have done your inventory, right? Oh, I see. You haven't picked if you're walking in with like a adventurers pack or a dungeoneering pack or anything like that.
Oh yeah, I always forget that one.
That's fine. Just let me know which one you're thinking of.
Let me double check if I have dark vision, because that's going to change a lot of things.
Right. So there is no. It doesn't look like Skyline. They're usually in like tropical areas, so they don't have dark vision.
Yeah, no, I get it. I just wanted to double check.
Yep.
Because D&D gives half the races dark vision.
I did notice that by default, yeah.
So yeah, he's probably gonna have a torch then.
Okay. I think they're in both of the packs.
Whatever pack gives me.
So.
Oh.
Like Adventures is like the generic one, and then the Dungeoneering is like if you know you're going into a dungeon type environment, it might be more useful. A lot of those packs, though, to be fair, are like artifacts from D&D First Edition, so it's really whatever you think is more characterly. I think technically even like...
I think normally he would have an adventure pack, but if he knew he was going to be going into the Underdark, it might have made sense that he would bring stuff that would be in a Dungeoneering pack.
Sure, yeah.
The Tenebrawl.
Yeah. So, yeah, that one comparatively has like climbing gear. Like the Explorers one has some rope and stuff, but it's not... There's no like pitons. There's no like crowbar and hammer and other such things. It's more like... Explorers pack is more like, extra cooking options or whatever, whereas Dungeoneering pack is like, I'm gonna need some stuff to like navigate an elapsed dungeon area or something like that.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot more sense as stuff that you would be bringing into the Tenebrawl, so I think that's where I'll probably take.
Okay, so with that, I will I'm gonna pull you, and then I'm gonna preload the scene for everybody else so that everybody else can start getting into it. And if you want to write to me what you're planning for, like in response to the sounds that you're hearing, I will tell to the rest of the party that you guys are being led in at this point in a very twisted way. Like the path itself is very like, not quite going in circles, but you've been going straight for a while, you'll take a right, and then you'll dart back to a left after a certain amount of time. It's like a very complex navigation that Skidmore is doing, and he seems to be doing it almost like without even really thinking about it. Subconsciously, there's never a point where he feels like he's moved too far and he's got to double back. He's making sure that everybody else is still with him, but he's moving in a way that's dizzying almost if you try to imagine the instructions for how to get back. And so, as you approach, closer to your apparent destination, the air suddenly becomes a lot more stale again, as if, once again, you're entering into territory that has not seen nor heard of a humanoid life in a very long time. So, that's the backdrop. I got my response from Balethal. Shambler is BRPing. If anyone wants to repeat that brief thing to him when he returns, that would be awesome. But I am going to briefly go downstairs and pee myself. This is like a good bio break. Also, there's apparently pizza here, so I'm double pizza. I didn't have pizza earlier, so it's not really double pizza. But I'm also pizza. It's Balethal and me's pizza night.
It's double pizza because I had pizza.
There you go. Yeah, it's double pizza. So I'll pizza right back. You know what I mean?
Dude, what if Balethal is actually Bonemore?
That would be pretty funny.
And Skidmore's just a fucking liar. I mean, it checks out and he is a Grimish, but... What I missed? Oh, everyone's dead. Okay.
I'm just trying to add a backpack to my inventory, but it's not working.
We should just be able to open the basic equipment stuff and look up that specific pack and drag
If
it.
you're adding a backpack, make sure it's
Right.
not above your money count,
Right.
because it won't be added as like an actual equipment thing or anything. It'll just be like,
Yeah, I didn't realize the top. It's weird.
yeah. So that happened to me the first time I made a character on here. So I ended up having like 30 backpacks, and I was like, what the fuck, bro? Where are all my backpacks?
Your weight just keeps going up.
So how much gold pieces are we supposed to start with as characters?
Depends on your background.
Class and background, yeah.
My background doesn't even give me gold, so I just gave myself 4. I reasoned it as, we just bought all this equipment and stuff.
We're supposed to have a little bar room. I think it'd be under 2.
All right, dinner was some canned asparagus today. Really living it up, boys.
I was hammer, not in tools.
It's an improvised weapon, obviously.
Probably.
Spearcrow here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Does your character speak giant?
My character, well, it's not on here, but I speak Common and Terran.
Oh, so no giant.
No giant.
I think I speak the most languages here.
Oh, what languages do you speak?
Silken, Common, and Undercommon.
Ah, I have common, elvish, and giant.
Ah, we're tied.
I still don't know how my character learned giant.
Tiber, obviously.
I did just soft imply, though, that he saw a dragon once, so maybe.
Fucking.
Oh, no. I said you'll have the distinct honor of showing you the largest creature I've ever seen. So, I can say that he's talking about giants that he met or saw, at least. He doesn't have to meet them. I don't know. Maybe we went to war with giants or something. Or a giant.
I have returned. Everybody else here?
Indeed.
I'm you.
3.
I saw Balefal's mouse moving, so I assume he's here.
Yep. I am
All live. Stop.
just putting all my inventory together.
Oh, okay. Since you're among the closest people to the front, or actually, I guess technically, Coxie's the closest to the front, but you're still climbing to keep up, right? Like on top.
Oh yeah. I'm slow.
So, do you have any reaction to Skidmore leading you forward in such a strange way?
I noticing that we're like we're going across like traveled ground as if we're going in a circle, or?
Oh, no. It's more like it's just the way that you seem to be navigating. You are going like there's a very like countless twisting turns in the midst of your journey here.
No, I feel like I would know that the Tenebril is pretty stupid like that, so
Fair
I would
enough.
just be along for the ride.
And what about Nathaniel, since you're also close to the front?
So he's just being erratic.
He seems to be leading you in a very twisty, turny manner. Like, obviously, you're not exactly a Tenebril. You haven't been down here a lot. You're not even a tourist yet, really. Yeah. But despite your novice nature, like it would feel very unnatural to a person up on the surface navigating like a city, or even navigating like a forest or a vale or a mountain. The pathways are really like honeycomb kind of back and forth, twisting, turning. You're never quite doubling back, but it almost feels like it sometimes. So it's just like I'm letting you guys sink into the traveling, like the nature of traveling according to what Skidmore is leading you to, and wondering if you have any particular reaction to that.
Nathaniel will say, "You know where you're going, Gremish."
Without skipping a beat, and without turning to look, Skidmore says, "Oh, Skidmore, no. Almost there."
Nathaniel will say, "Good," and follow from there.
Any reaction from Tiber about the winding path, or is he too busy focusing on making sure he gets this smash trail just right?
Yeah, he's literally counting the feet, or so he thinks in his head.
Mm-hmm.
Once he gets to the number that Nathaniel gave him, he will punch the wall again.
Perfect. Okay. For Balathal's character, you mentioned where your character would probably try to go. Do you see any area like that in the area that you can see?
Yeah. So wait, I need to know which direction they're coming from here.
Oh,
kind of.
The same angle you entered from, which is up here, directly 12 o'clock.
Okay. So, I'm guessing he would probably go over here.
Okay. Would you try to, for example, climb up here to, like, get a vantage point, or are you just trying to hide completely?
I think so.
Okay. I'll put you up there.
Yeah, I think he would climb up there, but he would probably be, positioned such that he's not, like, sticking out super far, so...
Okay, I have to do something kind of tricky with the wall here, but give me one moment, and I will do that. And if you want to turn off your torch, you should be able to just kind of right-click your token and then left-click the fire logo in the top. And I think it'll disable it, but then you won't really be able to see much. But if they're bringing torchlight, you'll be able to see them. But you mentioned that as well, so.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah.
Okay. No, seems like it's the wrong way. Okay. I'm going to reactivate this real quick. Okay. Just making sure that that was visible. All right, so now... All right. We'll say that Tiber counts the feet yet again, right? And gets straight into, like you're right at the precipice. You're so close. You're at like 198 out of 200 when Skidmore says, "We're here."
I was so close. And I take 2 more steps so that I'm a little bit past Eric, and then I punch the wall next to him.
Skidmore was about to say something else, but he was interrupted, and Eric goes, "Oh gods, Tiber! I think they'll notice." And he gestures dead ahead to the place that Skidmore has led you to. While at first it was impossible to see the actual scale of the entryway into what must be some sort of crypt, tomb, maybe even an underground palace, as you crest a certain path up and finish your uphill trudge, you find yourselves staring directly at the once grand entrance to what must be, by description, Emitar's Embrace. And Skidmore is dancing in front of it, just absolutely ecstatic that he's managed to bring you all here. The entrance itself has long since lost its luster. It's a steel gray, maybe a faint hint of old blue. And Skidmore hurriedly motions to descend down rotted stairs that you must imagine few have dared to tread, especially given how many piles of collapsed rubble seem to line the walls.
Nathaniel will say, both kind of the Skidmore and with kind of like Skidmore being close and what's his name, Kyle, also, but primarily addressed to Kyle, he'll say, "You said a tenebral king rests here?"
Yes.
Is he a king of your kind or some other people?
Is he a king of my kind or some other people?
Well, before you can respond, Leoza says, "Nobody knows. At least nothing that I've read. Do you know any different, Spider?" And you will indeed not know any different.
You will just hear a coxy chitter. Something that sounds quite negative.
Like a
We
grunt
walk
of
on
dismissal.
not just the...
No, go
I
ahead.
didn't hear you.
I said like a grunt of dismissal.
Then I said, so we walk on the remains of not just... What's the word I'm looking for? I almost said on the remains of monarchy, but that's not right. The royalty, that's it. So we walk over not just the remains of royalty, but of an entire civilization.
I hope so.
Do you follow Skidmore? Because Leoza has already started to follow.
I go in front of Leoza, but like on top.
Yeah.
Nathaniel will make like the equivalent to his goddess's sign of the cross as he ventures forward.
Eric is marveling at Tiber's smash and also the whole architecture in general, and looks to you, Tiber, and says, "Can you believe this? This place is huge."
It is pretty big. I think outside is bigger, though.
At a loss for words, Eric will say, you might be right. And begin
History check
walking
to see if the
after
outside is
Nathaniel.
bigger.
Yeah. You take off after them, Tiber?
Yeah, I will follow.
All right, homies. Whatever you do, don't zoom all the way out.
Holy.
You caught me there because I was about to do that.
Oh, well, you can. That was kind of the joke.
We're gonna be here for 4 weeks.
Oh, this is level 1.
We're gonna be here for the year.
You guys thought the mansion was big. Let me tell you.
So this is grander than like the
Yeah, we're never leveling up, buddy.
I was more referring to my question about the history check.
We'll reach level 2 in 2026. It's fine.
Yeah, be good.
So
All right.
all of our viewer retention is going to go down the drain when it's been 10 sessions and we're still on the same map.
You finally opened the first door.
Yeah, real.
Nathaniel asked,
I have a question.
Yep.
Oh, I was just gonna ask, does my character know what the spider people are, or does he not know? And he's just like, that's just a spider guy.
I would imagine that your character would know. Would know some things about the Underdark, the Tenebral, but how long has he planned to journey here, and how long has he actually spent here?
I assume he probably hasn't spent a long time here yet. But he probably planned on being here for a while, because I assume he's been sent here on a mission of some kind. Which I can just make up if necessary.
Okay, so the other thing is we have to identify precisely how you arrived at this particular location. I was going to go with something seemed to lead you here because of your like spiritual connection and stuff that you've got as part of your character, right? But you could also say that you already met Skidmore and he led you here first or something.
No, I think I like the idea that he's been sent here, not necessarily directly to this spot, but that there was some sort of problem the druids have sensed here, and then he has followed that sensation to reach this spot.
Okay. So, sort of arriving at here via divinity, like divining the information.
Right.
So not divinity, but divining. With that in mind, you will see the flickering of torchlight descend the many stairs that took you down to where you are now. And for the rest of you, with Skidmore in the lead, you'll see the Gremish sort of dart forward. He's like dancing down it, not quite like the Joker in the Joker movie, but he's really just like still very excited. He's kind of hopping all over the place and jumping over rocks and leaping around and kind of just seeing all sorts of things. And Leoz is attempting to follow the movements, but more of a straight line, and Eric's maybe hanging a bit back and all of that.
So because of the collapsed rock, how much ceiling can I climb?
Anything that isn't collapsed, you can climb. So basically the same pathing right now. I'll let you know if that's ever different.
Okay.
To answer Nathaniel's questions, or Chamber's questions for Nathaniel, this place like reeks of effort, of like a careful hand, something that you probably didn't expect to come and to come upon when it came to the Underdark. It's like absolute incontrovertible evidence that there are, or at least were, civilized men and women among the deep dark. And as far as its grandeur, it's really difficult to place. But while to your taste you've seen more pleasant places, it's absolutely impossible to separate what you're seeing here from the work of careful masons and architects, as well as stoneworkers and laborers. It is a work
Nathaniel,
that would have required a lot of sophistication and coordination, and it does not. Also, it's a very stark contrast with the work that you saw of, for example, the totem that was demolished by you. It doesn't have the same sort of markings on it. As for if it's the work of giants, it is not recognizable as such, but the scale of it does certainly invoke something large like that. And I didn't mean to cut you off there, but go ahead. Let me know what your response is.
That's fine. Nathaniel will idly touch one of the larger rocks that's strewn upon and say, "Think." He has a lot of wonder in his voice and is very earnest. To think that such civilization existed so far below so far beyond the reach of the sun. It is amazing.
Leo's is scanning not just the floor below them, but the ceiling above them, as if constantly on alert for any subtle movements, frequently looking towards where Kyle is navigating, as if maybe her eyes are playing tricks on her. She says, with a mutter, "It's unsettling."
Referring to Kyle?
No, referring to, as if in response to when you said it's amazing.
Ah. Well, you think this place is tainted?
What does Tiber think?
Just looks like a bunch of stones to me.
And I'll go up to Skidmore, and I'll say,
I thought you said there were going to be more bones in here.
God.
There's literally a skeleton in Aisha.
He's too busy looking at Skidmore. And Skidmore looks up at the great Tiber, who is even more great because of standing at a higher step. And Skidmore, steps back one to make himself even smaller by comparison. And he says, Look around. Bones of an empire. But also the bones of that orc. And he gestures behind himself, indicating a skeletal figure in front of a giant statue of a knight or some sort of warrior.
So you weren't lying.
I'm going to walk over and look at the skeleton.
Okay. Are you examining it for anything in particular?
I guess as I approach it, I'll kind of start to take in more of the room.
Okay. As you all start to descend a little bit more, go ahead, tell me.
I was trying to think of what would Tiber look for in this situation. I guess he's kind of just curious as to what's around. He's not really looking for anything in particular.
Okay, so in that case, just give me a, I guess I can just use your passive perception, right? Because you're just looking in general.
Yeah.
So we'll say that you notice the skeleton does indeed seem to resemble the build of an orc. The bones are wider than you've seen human bones, and perhaps a touch more formidable to look at. They also seem more fresh than a lot of the dusty rubble that's been around here. Meanwhile, the knight, the effigy, seems to be some sort of marking of loyalty from a particular faction. Though the regalia has all been long worn, there's very limited, like weathering on the stone, so it does seem like it's been preserved in some way, but the cloth that used to be on it is just nothing but tattered fragments now. The room itself seems to be a very long hallway. Darkness flickers in the distance, but you can clearly see where pyres lit this chamber during its more operable times. Several collapsed pillars scattered about the place indicate that the chamber was at one point a very important meeting place or gathering point for any who would enter. And the collapsed pillars at the end of this hallway would seem to block your movements further in. There are, what you can see, 2 doors or portals of some sort that appear to be made of a different formation of stone than the rest of the walls, but they have no obvious interactions, no handles with which to grab, no switches or slats with which to interact. They seem to be entirely smooth, indicating perhaps a more deliberate measure of keeping the unwanted out. Perhaps they open from the inside.
Coxie would like to climb. Am I on the ceiling, or where is?
Yeah, that's basically where you would be, or either that or perched on one of the walls, where you, depending on what you want.
I was trying to get to the highest possible point so I can see everything in the room.
Okay. Highest possible point is probably back a little bit, above where Skidmore is, more or less. Like here, I'll ping it. And it's sort of like an archway that seems secure enough to dangle from. But we're talking 40, 50 feet. So it will take you a little bit to climb.
Get me up there.
Alrighty.
I am a dangler.
Okay. Give me 1 second here. Oh, it looks like I kind of preempted what Nathaniel first did when he was trying to examine the knight, but did you have any response to that one, Shambler?
If you can't parse the heraldry, but it looks human, right?
It's a humanoid shape, but it doesn't, that doesn't tell you necessarily anything. It's the proportions seem to be nondescript, as if they could be human, maybe even elven, maybe even orcish, but your brain first thinks human looking at it, so.
How was the actual shape of the armor? Because you can stylize a helmet to make it look like it has griffin's wings and stuff like that. Is there anything like that going on that might hint as to the sort of civilization this knight figure belonged to?
Give me a
motif.
Sure. Give me a perception check.
That's my worst check. Gotcha. Holy shit!
Nathaniel, the helmet of the knight statue and the arms and pauldrons and chestplate and all that, the helmet does seem to be distinct, subtly so. It feels like it would be a different. It's made of a slightly different material than the rest of the armor, something that is quite uncommon, quite abnormal even in your experience seeing depictions of heraldry and knights, and certainly in terms of the material that would make up an actual armor. So something about that stands out to you. The overall construction of both the helmet and the armor seem to be fairly plain, nondescript, formidable, but designed for function rather than form. Not necessarily particularly intimidating, but also not necessarily fancy or certainly not dysfunctional.
All right, so the helmet is a different material. It's more stylized, and the rest is sort of bland. Okay. And I guess he will proceed then with his question, the Skinmore, what killed the orcs?
Alrighty.
Oh my god. I see all. What do I know of this man that I see?
Hold on.
You see him.
Here's a question for you, Balethal. Do you think that Zazzle killed the orc?
It's
Bone though.
yeah. You know what? That's fine. Yeah, he killed the orcs.
All right, perfect. So,
How long has this guy been here if they turned the skeletons in this time?
hey, there's an explanation for that. You just don't know it yet. Skidmore.
I guess if they've been eaten.
Skidmore looks over towards the skeleton on the ground, and he says, Skidmore hasn't met this orc. Skidmore meets everyone who walked through here. This is not what I expected.
These orcs must be pretty lame if they're losing to some ruins.
I'm gonna pick up the
stifles a chuckle.
I'm gonna pick up the skull of the skeleton next to me, and then I'm gonna kind of like toss it up into the air and then football kick it across the corridor.
Anywhere in particular you're aiming for? Like towards the far end, or towards one of the walls?
Like this direction, if you can see my...
Yep. Okay. You all watch as the skull careens off into the distance, dislodging a few rocks and maybe shattering. It's hard to tell what all sounds just emitted from that location.
Does Akaxi know what a crocodile is? Or an alligator is?
The Skyen, or are you talking about the beast?
Just like an actual beast, yeah.
Uh,
I mean, does he know what either of them are, or both?
I want to say that, like, you would need to pull a really high DC history check to pull that one up, or I guess nature check. So give me one of those and we'll see. Because it's pretty unlikely.
Oh.
Well, we'll say that you know that this kind of a kind of creature that bears a resemblance to this sort of lizard or reptilian would 100% not naturally be in the Underdark. So this must be a surface dweller. That's what you would know. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Akaxi spotting this creature will say, "Guys, there's a lizard man." "Hello, lizard man. Do you understand me?"
Yes, I understand you. He stands up. Spider-Man.
So we hear
And
this?
he kind of looks around at everyone.
Yeah, hold on a
Yeah,
second.
you're going to only barely be able to see him up there.
Yeah.
He's up on a pillar.
Nathaniel flips around, drops his torch, and draws a javelin. Do I recognize
He
this
turns
beast?
to
Akaxi, watching Nathaniel do this, he's going to say, "Wait, no, lizard man, don't mind man. He's just on edge."
So he's going to turn to Nathaniel and he's going to say, civilized folk, always turning to violence when they can.
Am I able to see a little more of him because I'm tall?
I think so, especially since he's standing up, right? So you would see this, like,
Yeah,
what
he just stood up, so
you
you
should
see
just
more of him.
you could describe what your character looks like. Like, obviously there's the icon, right? But feel free to describe what you think.
Right, yeah.
A really tall, like Tiber's literally 8 feet tall, so.
How tall is that?
Oh, yeah. So Zazzle is like 6'5".
Oh,
He's
he's
pretty
3
tall,
inches
though. He's not
taller than
like-
me.
And he's he's actually not that tall for his people. He's about average. But he's a white, like crocodile-looking man covered in hide armor, and he's got like a wooden staff with him. And he's got this kind of like natural-looking cloak made of, plant fiber. And he's got a look on his face, a judgmental look on his face as he looks at Nathaniel.
Perfect. You do not
I
recognize
have
his
not met
species, and
Jungle
you've probably never encountered something like a creature like this before. But-
Akaxi,
Yeah,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
roll if I've ever met a crocodile.
Sure.
We'll say it's a
Akaxi
DC
is
10.
Skittering up to,
I've seen a crocodile.
they're skittering closer to the pillar of which the creature is resting on, and is just kind of like looking at you. It's probably a pretty disturbing sight, considering I don't think you've ever seen an Aranesk before. And then he's
Probably
just
never
gonna-
in person, no.
No, and then he's just gonna say, what are you?
I never knew crocodile men to be native to the underground. I've never known crocodile men to even exist.
He turns to Nathaniel and says, "That's because we are not native to the underground. And to answer your question, Spider-Man, I am Skaeln. We are an ancient and honorable people, and I have been sent on a mission here. But more importantly, what are all these surface dwellers doing so deep in the Earth's embrace? This is not where you belong."
Neither do orcs, and yet their bodies litter the ground.
Please tell me you ate them.
I saw to that myself.
Yes, you ate them.
Nathaniel raises
them?
an eyebrow and says, "Then perhaps we have a
That's what
common
Akaxi's
enemy,
consuming,
Beastman."
or assuming, consuming.
Yeah, they used to have blood on them and tissue, but now they're skeletons. So he's hoping that that Zazzle ate them.
I don't know about that one.
It wasn't Zazz.
Probably, actually.
Yeah.
The all cannibal party at this point.
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah.
Kyle and then Zazzle's eating people. Like,
Well, no, it's not
I'm
actually
basically
Zazzle who would
LARPing
be
as a
eating them,
crusader.
But
so
you
we
guys
do, like,
won't know about that for a while.
Yeah. Perfect.
He'll just answer the question with, "It was not me who did the eating, Spider-Man." Now, to answer your question, human, I believe it is likely that we are here for the same purpose. Something here is tainted, and I'm guessing it has caught your attention as it has of mine.
what's the name of our mercenary company?
I thought that was in your notes, but not your
Kyle and
notes.
friends.
Kyle.
Is it in my notes?
Well, that's kind of why it's called TERATH'S Hunt. It's like the men of Terath would probably be like the easiest way to go about it. This is like a mercenary company that's always shelved in between times of, like, it doesn't operate for anything else. If you mean the mercenary company that you're talking, like, I thought you were talking about the one that you and Tiber were going to start or potentially start.
Oh, that's the one we're gonna start. That,
Yeah.
that doesn't exist yet.
Yeah.
You know, we came here like, let's get some money, and then
Yeah.
you know, maybe we'll scalp some neat potential off of them once we get some money. You know, but no, I'm talking about who are our current employers.
Yeah, that would be the men of Terath. Or you would imagine it's just like, depending on as far as like specific employers, because that's like the band or the banner that they fly under. But the people who are paying for this operation are all of the neighboring towns and settlements. So some of them from Pylest and so on and so forth.
Alright, so like the arms of Terath or something.
Right, sure.
Two of Akaxi's eyes will turn green, and he will suddenly say, "This one's body will serve nicely as food." And then you'll see him like shake his head while his eyes return to normal. Go, sorry.
Nathaniel
Were
scowls
you
at Kyle and
speaking
says,
of me just now?
Akaxi will look at you and go, I refuse to answer.
I plead the fifth in D&D.
"We will not kill any who do not deserve killing. If what this crocodile man says is true, and he is an agent of purification, then he has no reason to fear us. And we have no reason to fear him." We are...
I will...
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I will agree to that, only because the threat here is far greater than some humans and orc and spider would afflict upon nature.
Nathaniel looks around and says, "I don't really see much of that around here anyway."
I assume you plan on returning to the surface at some point. I don't believe many would have the stomach for sticking in this place long term.
"We are scouts of the arms of Terath." And he motions to Skidmore. "This local told us of this place, of the beast that lives within. We're here to identify how threatening it can be. We are here to identify whether or not it is a threat to our goals."
I see then. The orc is the one with the information. He turns to the orc and says, "Orc, what are you leading them to?"
That's a Grimish.
Right? Or he's Gremish? Right,
Yeah, you wouldn't. I don't know if you would have known a Gremish, but I think it would have been fine for you to, if you haven't encountered many
Gremish, yeah.
orcs, right? Like it might actually be fine for
Right.
your character to refer to him as that. So
Right. Well,
Just
I'm
a
just
small
like,
one,
that's
right?
the closest thing to what I'm
Yeah.
looking at. Yeah.
you're like a tiny orc, or
Little
something.
orc.
Yeah.
Big bird.
Big Bird, Little Orc, Stone Man, Spider Man,
There you go.
Rock Man,
Does
Lot
he
of man,
respond?
man.
So
Mason.
what did you say
That's
again
right.
exactly? Little orc. What?
Oh, yeah, little orc. Where are you leading them?
Ha! I am Skidmore.
Because I assume he noticed that he led them in.
I am leading these to Bonemore. Skidmore dances back and forth between a few squares and tiles on the floor. You'll note that some of them have indeed been cracked and ruined, while others seem more or less functional, just dusty. This is the first time so many people have entered into this hall since... Skidmore scratches his head. Maybe Skidmore never see this many people in here. Either way, we must go to Bonemore.
Nathaniel
And
will say,
who is this Bonemore?
Raising a hand, Skidmore, extends into this very sickening, thick claw. Skidmore says, Bonemore. Bonemore is Skidmore's only friend. But then he looks towards
That does
Nathaniel
not answer
and
the
says,
question.
Well, maybe not anymore. And he walks up and puts like his sickening claw against Nathaniel's shoulder pauldron. But it's a little. He's shorter, obviously, so it's kind of like a reach. And he goes, as he turns back to the sky eel, and he says, "This one called me friend earlier. Perhaps Skidmore have more than one friend."
Nathaniel stiffens up, but bearing it, he says, "It depends on whether or not Bonemore. It depends whether or not Bonemore is willing to speak, or is just going to try and eat us."
Skidmore almost recoils from Nathaniel as he says this, and he has to say, "Skidmore would not lead potential friends into a maw. You will not be eaten, but we may need to find food." He looks around expectantly, but no food seems to materialize.
As he looks around, Coxie, who is probably hanging uncomfortably close to Zazzle at this point, is going to say, yeah, I'm kind of hungry. It's been a while since I've eaten."
In what, like a few hours?
Well, now that
You had a whole fucking orc. That thing's like 7 feet tall.
Yeah, that was an hour ago.
Yeah.
What is your metabolism?
It's been a while.
How
bro.
are you alive?
It's been a while, bro.
Like,
He eats lots of orcs.
Listen, he
every
was
30
absolutely.
minutes.
It makes a bit more sense if he was absolutely famished when he ate the orc. And
I
It
just
didn't
got-
even refill his energy bar, you know what I mean? So he's like not all the way full anyway.
Yeah. I
And
just
now
came
it's
back
been an
from
hour.
Yeah, I came back from a fucking other dimension, dude. It's been a while since I've eaten.
Working on bug time here.
In
So I was gonna
fact,
say-
yeah, go ahead.
well, since my friend has eaten, I suppose you can eat the next ones.
I like orcs.
If Bonemore
They're better when
requires
they're living,
tribute, then we will find him orcs and drow and other things of misbegotten kind, of a wretched kind. I take it he is not that picky.
Skidmore has tried many a time to prepare food that Bonemore likes especial. Skidmore is not a good cook. He looks a little dejected as he says this.
Practice in all things, and it will come to you, little Gremish. And Nathaniel will look forward and say, we'll look to in the direction of the croc and say, will you join us in identifying this Bonemore? If this place is tainted, if you believe this place to be tainted and of holy, of sacred importance, and this place is sacred, it might be best to ask the locals.
That is a very good idea. I agree, human. And then he gets down from the... Oh, I can't get down.
Yeah, you can.
From the pillar. There you go. Let us continue onward to this Bonemore, whatever he is.
Yes, yes!
I'm stoked too.
Nathaniel elbows Tiber softly to get his attention, and he whispers to him, do you think you can take him if it comes down to it?
I give you a smug grin and I just nod.
Jason, take it,
Jason.
right? Nathaniel smiles and says, and then just sort of nods in return.
As they start to leave, Coxie will say, "Wait. What is your name?"
You wish to know my name, Spider-Man?
Yes, that's why I asked.
My name is Zazzle, and I am a humble druid.
Arm wrestle that man for the right to your name, as he points to Tiber.
He looks at Tiber very confused and is like, I don't believe an arm wrestling match would be any contest with such an imposing figure.
You look way stronger than an orc. Prove it.
If this is what I must do to earn my place, then I shall do so.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
I will
I'd be-
attempt to arm wrestle him.
Yeah, it's time for athletics roll.
I mean, if I can beat him, surely you can. I'm just saying that I beat him.
How did we do this last time?
This is not row.
Just competing athletics checks.
Was that it? Okay, but he is. Yeah, he's got like wild fucking
He was
expertise in athletics. That's why it was.
Yeah, that's the bit.
One-sided. All right. Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do it.
You're not hiding any arms, are you?
Nathaniel does not know.
Oh
You're not
shit!
hiding any arms, are you? Rolls a 6. Dude, he could nat 1 and he would still be there.
Yeah, but he did not nat one. He's 17. Tiber, it almost feels like Zazzle wasn't even really trying. Maybe you started too soon.
Are you playing with me? We already started.
Let's try this again. So
Nathaniel
he's gonna try
will
again.
rib Tiber again right before they start and say, "If you win, can I name him?"
Coxie will pipe up from the back and go, No, I like Zazzle. That's a good name.
Okay, that's a little better.
He got a 10 at least.
He needs
this
to get a
time.
2 or less. Ah,
It's just-
he got the same roll. He got 17 again. What the fuck?
He just
All
didn't
right.
put any more effort. It was just,
You thought maybe you detected a little bit of resistance there, Tiber.
I guess that was better than last time. Are you sure you're stronger than an orc?
I mean, even I beat him, and I only have 2 arms.
But he looks at him very confused. Spider, I think you might have problems.
The eating your corpse thing didn't prove that.
He's just gonna
Don't
ignore
bring
him
it
and then
back
turn
up.
back to Spider.
Don't say it again. What the fuck?
He doesn't hang out with a lot of people, man.
Well, this is disappointing. What was your name again? Azazel?
Casually named after an
Nathaniel
angel.
put in
My-
and said, "It is now."
My name is Zazzle, and I don't arm wrestle, so not surprising. I'm not very good at it.
Maybe you guys
Nathaniel.
should have a race.
I'd recommend you arm wrestle more orcs.
I guess I will consider that next time I'm killing them.
Now, I'm bored. Hey, Skidmore, where are there more bones?
Skidmore runs up in your direction and then stops short, almost like cartoonishly, and leaning forward, but his feet are still planted on the ground. And he looks from you to right down as his head is hovering over another skeleton.
No, not those. The ones you were telling
Those are
me
the-
about.
Those are the leftovers from my companion.
You have a friend?
Your companion's a cannibal?
If you saw him, you would not call him a cannibal.
Is he better at arm wrestling than you?
I am not sure. I am unsure exactly how powerful his arms would be in the specific position required for arm wrestling.
Where is this companion?
He will show himself when the opportunity arises.
You do realize how threatening that sounds, having just met you out of rubble, lurking in the dark.
Nathaniel,
There is
says Leoza. He's a druid.
So,
So, animals, the spiritual kind especially, don't quite like musty old tombs. Isn't that right, Basil?
One of you knows about my particular occupation, and it is indeed correct. He
As
does
you're
not
in the middle of
enjoy
saying this, you get
location.
tapped on the shoulder by Kyle, and then he's
Does
gone.
he see me though?
Well, I don't know. Let's
Well-
see a perception check from Zazzle.
Yeah. My sleight of hand was 13.
Yeah, DC 13.
Oh my god.
He's like, finally, I get to be talked at by somebody who knows me, and then fucking shenanigans.
Shit.
Immediately.
Three.
So yeah.
Oh no. Oh, 19.
Daniel did
Okay.
not notice, so you just look like a schizo.
Right. So he looks up at what's his name?
You don't
Just
know
was
my
to say
name.
Kyle. Akaxi.
You don't know my name.
Oh, he is Kyle.
Yeah, that's
Well, you-
true. Spider-Man. What are you doing?
Nothing. My name's Akaxi.
I really like that in the chat, when he rolls a skill check, it's a Coxie, but when he types, it's Kyle. That's like,
It's really,
that is actually
it's
the
really
perfect
insane.
level of fraudulence going
It's
on
so
there.
insane. I think it's because I'm rolling it for my character sheet.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I'm
your character
typing
sheet
as
is
the-
your
as
character
the
name,
token.
but you're typing as your token because
Yeah.
that's what you have selected. So
That's insane. That's nuts.
that's brilliant.
He said that he said nothing. Oh, and my name's Akaxi.
Well, Akaxi, be sure to behave. This place is very dangerous, and one who is more skittish than I may strike if you scare them.
Do you have a friend? Are you talking about a friend?
My friend would know you were there long before you were able to touch him.
Does your friend look like you? Shouts Eric, who's been like looking over Nathaniel and like between Nathaniel and Tiber this whole time at Zazzle.
He turns to face the other human, and says, "Did you not listen to the earlier conversation?"
He taps his helmet with a gauntlet and says, "Little hard of hearing."
I see. Well, I shall spell it out for you then. I am a druid, and my companion is not a humanoid.
Eric takes a look at Tiber and says, "Is he a stoneanoid?"
Do I know what a druid is?
Can you give me a nature roll? Sorry, apparently that really broke my brother. Yeah, stoneanoid.
You dreamt of a druid on your time on the island.
Dude, I don't even know what he's saying. He's incoherent with
What is that? What is
stone. Because he's not a human. And Eric hasn't heard that word before.
You guys heard the word humanoid before?
No, honestly, that's a pretty
No,
advanced word for like a peasant who's turned into a farm, like a swordsman by trade or whatever. You know what I mean?
I'm actually not surprised. Yeah.
If he's a knight, it's more
Like
likely
druids
that you would know
and
the
like
education.
wizards and stuff would know.
Oh, I didn't know he was a peasant. All right, that makes sense.
Yeah, like that's his upbringing, right? So his
Yeah.
education was about combat more than anything, but not necessarily. So he's like, you know, human, but what about a guy made of stone? You know, he's like gonna, yeah. So
You're
Yeah.
a stone.
I should probably respond. Anyway.
Spideroid,
Oh.
a crocodile, and a stoninoid, and 3 humanoids, and a greminoid,
yeah, goblinoid.
or goblinoid.
So I'm imagining
Muttering.
My oh my god.
maybe
My companion is
here you go first.
okay. My companion is not made of stone. He is a beast. As you would expect of a druid.
Eric kind of leans back on his heels as he says, and he like lets out air. He looks to Leoza and says, "Beastedenoid." All right, Tiber, what were you gonna say? Now that you've rolled a 20 on your, oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Because druids are of nature, and so is Tiber's origin, but Tiber is
Like I'm literally
natural
of
process.
nature.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, related concepts, but not the same thing.
Tiber will look to you, Zazzle, with a bit of a grin, and he will say, "That's interesting. So you also came out of the earth."
He's gonna look at Tiber very confused and say, I came from my parents, like most people.
From an egg. Yes?
Well, yes, an egg laid by my mother.
I'm kind of like that
I
too.
didn't know crocodile males stayed so close to the female after mating.
Except that
Well, we're not actually crocodiles.
I think maybe 3-Crow cut out when he was saying his response.
Yeah, I realized I had a question. What do people colloquially refer to the world as?
I think based on your crew, they would probably refer to it as just like some of them more fanciful ways to refer to it would be like the mortal realm, or the land of the man, something like that. But like from the earth is like a fine way of saying it, if that's what you were asking.
Okay, yeah. I was curious if I just used Earth or world, or if they actually had like a name for the planet.
Yeah, it depends on, like, there's not really one term for it that would, like, we all call it planet Earth just in different languages. There's not really the same thing with like every culture has their own kind of term. It's sort of how like the Native American people call it Turtle Rock, right? Like it's sort of like that for everything. So the people that you would have ran with would probably have just, you probably would have just heard it called Earth, or like the Earth referring to the natural land, as like a synonym for like a geologic formation, right? So.
Dirt.
Yeah, dirt.
Muck, even. That you rose out of.
What my crew told me a while back is that the earth is both my mother and my father.
In a certain way of looking. Oh wait, okay. So I gotta ask if I understand what a Gugrami is. I would assume so, since I'm a druid.
Yeah, you would have heard
Yeah.
of these kinds of creatures. I'll leave it up to you to decide if you've encountered them before in your history. Noting they are somewhat rare, but like a druid would have a higher chance of, cooperation with one, or even knowing of
Right.
one.
Mm-hmm. Right, and even potentially have like druids probably have studied them before because they would be interested in them, I would assume.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Okay. That is a certain way of thinking, that the earth is both your mother and your father. But the process is not really the same.
Well,
Fascinating, Nathaniel says. With a sort of like, let's get moving tone.
I feel comfortable being in the depths of the earth, knowing that there is another like myself.
I don't know how common Gogrami are deep in the earth, actually.
I'm not sure how common
Regardless,
I am
I
at all.
believe this human. Understandable. But the human is right. We should probably be getting a move on. We've spent more than enough time fraternizing.
Okay, demons from hell circling.
Skidmore has a hand on the slat door and utters a low, guttural, unintelligible utterance that is clearly some sort of ritualistic aspect. The door seems unresponsive, but Skidmore turns round and is quite happy with himself and says, Skidmore has taken care of trap on door. Now, we need only... And as he's speaking, the door slowly slides open to reveal a much larger chamber and a much larger beast that promptly steps forward, grabs Skidmore, and chucks him backwards into the disappearing hall. Please roll initiative.
Coxie will start off by
Hell
saying,
yeah.
Ogre
That bone
reward.
war. You got led
Does
into
look
a
like
fucking
bone war.
ambush.
I got a 9.
That is definitely Bonemore.
That's
No, he's not.
definitely
He's not-
Bone
he's
War,
not
he
the
said.
Hey, man.
Dude, what would
Oh,
have happened
hey,
if
man.
I rolled initiative a second?
Who is Hey Manning?
That's what happens when...
That was me.
Yeah, when he rejoins the Auto Haymans.
Wait, what?
Oh,
Yeah, he set it up so
my-
that when he rejoins, when he joins a Discord call, it plays Heyman. I don't even know how he did that, to be honest.
Yeah.
I can call. Is this gonna ear rape?
Probably, but I have your soundboard disabled.
Hey,
so-
man.
Okay. Oh, it's not ear rape. It's okay.
Can't believe I rolled like the lowest initiative. Holy shit.
Ogre. Now Nathaniel's definitely faced an ogre.
Dude, you got a 3. It means you go first.
Although it was on
That's
horseback and
Dude,
was after-
I already got
was
a nat
peppered
3.
with
Now
arrows.
let me go first.
All right, lads.
Look at that hobgoblin. That looks like he's straight like fucking Baldur's Gate. We got the battle jams.
Okay. Armed with a sort of a distant bolt, you'll hear something click from behind the giant ogre. But nothing else happens just yet. Let's take a look here. Leoza quickly produces magic and strikes out towards the fearsome ogre. After grappling him with her magical force, she takes a few steps back, nearly tripping over the skeleton as she does so, but steadying herself and saying, "I wouldn't want to be near that thing." Nathaniel, it's your move.
Alright. So, need to build some momentum first. So, Nathaniel has a javelin and his sword. He has not clamped his sword yet. Oh, but wait, we have Kyle in front of me, and he's the
Kyle's on the
spellcaster.
ceiling, 20 feet up.
Oh, he's on the ceiling. Okay.
Or I guess it's actually, like, not that high, but whatever, that's fine. Close enough.
Let's see. Caltrips reduces his move speed by half. If he passes the same.
My AC should be 14, but my mage armor attack isn't going through.
Oh, what's the
Like,
time limit on that?
It's 8 hours. I casted it last battle.
Okay, I'm gonna give you one back. Just cast it again. I think it's because you we swapped to a new map or something. I'm not really sure.
So Nathaniel's gonna stow his sword and throw these caltrips here,
Okay.
and then he's gonna back up, not like that. He's gonna back up a tad and say, "Get back! Have the beast come to us." And then let's see. Let's go back,
It's actually not showing at all, so kind of...
and he's gonna throw a javelin. Does that hit?
There it is. Let's see if that shows. There it is.
All right, you rolled a 9 on the attack roll, so
Yeah.
that does not hit.
Alright,
You
well,
get
that's my
momentum
turn.
from
That's my
caltrips.
main action for that, and then my bonus action for that, and then I move.
Okay. The javelin we'll say that the javelin. What are you aiming for on the ogre when you
Center mass.
center mass? Okay. The ogre seems to just shrug off the javelin on its way over with its enormous weapon, a great club. He sends the thing careening into the upwards, narrowly missing Kyle in the process. Oops. That's going to be a problem. Hey, don't do that.
Oh. I was trying to click on the ogre.
No. With a strange grin, an unsettling one on his face, the ogre takes one step forward, deliberately, making eye contact with Nathaniel.
Oh, fuck you.
You got owned, buddy.
And then taking another step forward, deliberately, still making eye contact with Nathaniel.
31.
So, 2.
Yeah, because of the crit one.
Okay.
He grunts a little in pain, but the grunt is one of satisfaction
Oh my god.
That's another fucking masochist. Are you kidding me?
as he looks upon the party. And he lets out a great rage, a roar of anger.
This is disastrous. You can't reach me. I'm 20 feet up above you.
And ignoring Kyle, he takes the last step he is allotted with his reduced movement speed. And he takes a swing
Oh no.
at one poor son of a bitch.
Goodbye.
Oh, but Eric somehow manages to defend that despite the relentless onslaught, raising a shield, not just in the nick of time, but stealing himself. You'll hear Leoza gasp behind you, Nathaniel. But Eric, with a grunt, forces the ogre's weapon off of him just enough to sort of roll slightly to the side and then steady himself once again. The ogre bellows.
Is he like the anime slide from the impact?
Well, oh yeah, like he's like forced backwards a little bit. I was thinking he more like has to, like he has to steady himself. He for sure has to like reset his feet after his footwork right after that. So it's like he's been pushed into the ground almost, cracking the stones underneath him, right? The tiles underneath him. Another hulking orc that, under normal circumstances, would actually look like the scariest of the bunch. Certainly a more bulky looking one than the others that you've seen. Squeezes past the ogre in the wall to try to bring a weapon to bear. A great club of his own in hand. He strikes out towards Zazzle. For 7 bludgeoning.
Oh, oh my god. Oh.
Oh, we got Zazzle for exactly.
Zazzle's very not happy.
By the way, this orc is also wielding a great axe in his other hand. Kyle, it is your turn.
Oh no.
Oh.
Hope you have some good spells, buddy.
Oh.
I do not.
Oh.
Do you have any healing?
I do have healing, at least.
Perfect.
Oh, I don't. All right. Well, that's good. I don't even know what to do here.
Gotta think.
Disastrous.
These guys mean business, apparently. Don't
Fucking
worry,
goblin
most of your
left.
party hasn't gone yet, so it's fine. It'll be fine. Oh, Baelthal's reconnecting. Expect a hey, man.
Get ready for it.
Like, what spells do you have?
Oh, is manipulative weaving an action?
It should say it on the card. Let's see.
It is an action. Okay. Can't do that.
Yeah, as an action, yeah.
Well, watching Zazzle take all that damage from one orc. You know, maybe it's a new type of blood. It could have reawoken something within Akaxi. He will take aim at that very orc and fire a ray of sickness.
Ooh. Okay.
I was gonna say add +2 to that for the height advantage, but I think it hits.
Yeah, that fucking hits, alright. Yeah, okay. So now you roll the damage. Ooh, okay. So that is 11 necrotic damage, right? Poison damage.
11
okay.
poison
And they have to make a con save.
Yes. If they fail to save, he is poisoned. I think it's DC 13.
Okay.
Alright, he's poisoned until the end of my next turn.
Alright, time to find the poison icon amidst all of this shit. Too bad they're not fucking...
Good luck with that.
Oh, there it is. They're not, like, even alphabetically, so it's really silly. Alright, so that orc is poisoned. Poison just makes you take damage each turn or something? Is that right?
It's a poison creature has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Oh, wow, that's really good then.
Yes.
Good shit. Alright.
That was big.
That was big. Okay, the ray of sickness has enfeebled the once proud and vicious-looking orc. Even Zazzle will watch in some awe as this twisted magic weakens the great fighter. It stands almost as tall as Tiber, but now seems a hell of a lot less potent.
All right, and then I got my hunting trap back, right?
Yeah, did Nathaniel give back the hunting trap? I think that's something you guys did during downtime.
During the trip, we'll say that you did that. Yeah.
Okay, so you have it again, yeah?
Can I drop
An honorable
it next
man,
to
you
the
wouldn't deny
caltrops?
it.
Well, you have to arm it, right? Isn't that how that works?
Probably.
I'll grab it out of his inventory and give it to you. You can take a... Yeah, it's also an action to set it, so...
Oh, I have no bonus action material.
I mean, just because you have to arm it. Like, if you just wanted to drop it as the bonus action, that would be one thing, but because you have to set it, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
I might even make it like a... You could do a slate of hand check if you had, like, proficiency in that or something, right? And then it's like, okay, then you can do it as your bonus action, but... The, because you have proficiency in the hunting trap. But you'd have to drop down yourself, which I don't know if you want to do right behind the ogre.
No, definitely not.
Would he bonus action attempt to knock a stalactite to obstruct that way so that so it funnels them naturally more towards the
I
caltrops?
don't know if there are any stalactites.
No, it's much more open terrain up top in the ceiling. Like,
Uh,
all he's really seeing up there are spider webs, cobwebs, and maybe some really tiny spiders.
He's gonna... Well, if they were really tiny spiders, he'd be saying hi. But he's gonna skitter across and above Zazzle. And looking at the orc he just struck, he's going to say, you should handle me first. In an attempt to taunt him. But I don't know if there's a role for that.
Intimidation. Or charisma.
I guess, yeah, it would probably be like a performance check, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. Because you're not trying to scare him, you're just trying to get his...
And he has disadvantage on saving throws because he's poisoned?
Yeah.
Holy please.
Oh,
Also
wow.
see-
The wisest fucking orc,
20
his second roll was a
yeah.
nat 20.
Jesus Christ.
The orc looks up at
This
you
guy
and
was, like,
seems
Jiggy
transfixed
Chad.
for a moment, but then he just shakes his head and looks back to Zazzle and roars again. His roar does seem less impressive than before, though.
Whatever. I'm just gonna eat you.
Alright, hold on, I gotta... Oh, he's got a BRP, classic move. I gotta scroll all the way back up and grab the saving throw there.
BRP right before his turn.
The classic. Alright, so this man takes 1 damage as his mobility is cut short. So he would have had... He moved 10 feet, so he would have had 20 feet left, but now he's only got 10 feet left. Still, that's enough to try to put himself into a spot to strike.
Let's go, Eric.
Ooh. But he's already beleaguered. That's going to be 10 slashing to our poor boy Eric, struck and almost gutted by this orc and his greatsword. Eric cries out in pain, clearly much more scared than even usual. Not doing so hot, but Tiber's here. What's Tiber do?
Tiber's here, have no fear.
I'm going to look towards the orc that attacked Eric, and with a bit of a frown, I will say,
Weakling shouldn't join the fight.
and then I'm going to, first I will slam my glaive against the ground, and you'll see that energy kind of shoot up my body again.
Hell yeah, brother. Brother moment.
So I gain my 4 temporary hit points,
Okay.
and then, let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna go That'll be... Okay, so this is 20, right?
Yep.
Damn. Okay. Well... Alright, you know what? I'll just walk up to him. I was going to try to do the charging attack again, but I can't get at least 10 feet there, so I'm not going to bother. So I'll just kind of rush around to the other side of the orc so that I'm flanking him with Eric, and I will try to slash at him with my glaive.
Okay. Go for the advantaged roll then. Okay. That hits. Okay, nice. Right back at him, just like what Eric had to deal with. That's going to be 10 slashing onto the orc with your glaive, finding an easy purchase to the lightly armored combatant. The orc roars in pain, and the ogre simply smirks. Maybe a little guffaw.
I am your opponent.
I am my turn.
Reeling from the blow, Eric steadies himself and makes ready to strike at the orc that fought against him, taking advantage of the presence of Tiber to make it easier to do so. Oh, that's min damage. So sad for him. He's going to bloody the orc and then some, leaving him in a sorry state. And then, chancing the odds, Eric is going to start to fall back away from the... Oh, somebody got owned.
I think that was me.
Oh, okay. Away from the orc and the ogre. Rather than swing his great club again, the ogre turns his attention towards Nathaniel. And the orc, beleaguered as he is after being struck and dazed twice, decides to keep his reaction in check for now. But Eric is lucky to be alive as he falls back and makes ready to use the heavy crossbow he had been given earlier. Zazzle, it is your turn.
Oh, Zazzle is feeling really bad right now.
That's right.
And he is going to try to heal himself. So he's going to use this. Let's see. Doesn't seem to be popping up when I click on it. Might be the internet being stupid or something. Or it's just my character sheet not working and I need to reopen it.
Which one are you looking for? You're just trying to grab your character sheet?
I'm just trying to use Cure Wounds, but every time I click on it, nothing happens.
Oh, interesting. It looks like I can put it through for you.
Okay.
Ooh, there you go. You end up rolling a 9. So,
Nice.
straight
So I
back
think
up
that puts
to
me
full
back
health.
to full health, yep. Yeah, so you'll see he lifts up his staff and it starts to glow, and then he slams it down on the ground. And as he does, then his body glows, and you see the wound glow and close up.
Yeah, where there was once a
says,
big bruise.
You'll have to
it's
do
no
more
more-
than that.
Yeah.
Right. You'll have to do more than that to put an end to me, Orc.
All right. And are you
Oh, man,
having
my,
your bonus action anything for that?
Dude, I don't think I have any bonus actions, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I thought your subclass
Other than
selection
using
was
item.
at level 1, so I thought you would have access to that core thing already. So
Yeah, it's kind of
Druids get
annoying.
through. They
that I
only get it
don't.
at level
Yeah.
2.
yeah. Well, We're gonna have to collab on that between this session and the next because that's pretty bad for your action economy compared to like how the other classes and stuff are set up. So we'll work on that. But with that in mind, is there anything on that you have on your person? Like, let's see, I'm looking at what you got on your sheet. I don't see anything that's like throwable or what have you, but
No.
could you imagine using either of your cantrips in a way that would be of assistance here, or would there be like you probably have to get real creative, I think, with them, but I don't know the details as well as you will.
I guess I could try to do.
Yeah, I guess he could roll an intimidation check combined with the healed. Yeah. Like, that could be kind of good, but...
yeah, that's probably the only thing I could do.
What's the odds
that
that these orcs see a jungle druid man?
Yeah, you got to roll with advantage after you healed yourself to full. That was really good.
Oh, okay.
Just roll again.
I don't
Second
even
time. That's fine.
like. I'm not even seeing my roll. That's the thing that's confusing.
You roll an 8. You got 14 now.
Right.
It's funny because you're telling me my rolls before I can see them.
Oh, they're lagging. I see. Well, he got a 3, so he... The orc is no longer seemingly as interested in fighting you after what's happened to him and what's happened to you in response.
It's like, I'm poisoned. He healed away all the damage. I don't want to deal with this guy anymore.
Yeah, this is bullshit. This guy's got powerful friends.
And that's probably it for his turn.
Remember that moving away from opportunities of attack gives opportunity of attack is done with disadvantage. So if you wanted to try to chance the move, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, I'll probably move back a little bit here.
Okay.
Oh wait, but no, because I'll get the opportunity attack from the ogre as well, right? Won't I?
The ogre can. The orc is no longer even trying because of your intimidation check. So it would only be the ogre that you.
Oh, so I don't. Okay. Okay, then that's fine. I just don't want to get 2 opportunity attacks at once.
Right.
Chances of getting hit are much higher than.
Yeah.
That is a dead dazzle.
The ogre roars with his great club. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. Wait. That doesn't hit. If you click on it, one was 11 and one was 17. I think I clicked advantage instead of disadvantage. So
Yeah.
False alarm on that one. It does not hit. Zazzle, you'll feel the earth shake around you as the club slams into the ground, narrowly missing you from where you just stood. And with a roar, the ogre once again sets his sights on Nathaniel.
Guy's got a hate bonus ever since I stubbed his toe.
Yeah.
I'm having issues with my character moving around repeatedly.
It's probably like a hardware thing, I'm guessing. Like
delayed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But just do your best. If there ever is a point where it like malfunctions, just let me know, and like we can always reset it or move you to the right spot or whatever.
I think it's just really delayed, is what it is. So like keys I hit like minutes ago are now going off.
Yeah, classic. There's another telltale click from beyond the chamber door, but still nothing emerges. Leoza takes a step away from Nathaniel and once again channels smoky magic begins to plume around the ogre. That's a 3 that turned into a nat 1. Perfect. The ogre's mind seems to Like his vision seems to snap as he was looking at Nathaniel, but all of a sudden his eyes have gone fully wide, and then his pupils seem to be temporarily erased in favor of a strange eldritch purple. And Leoza utters one word loudly: prostrate. Then, right before your eyes, the ogre drops his club and falls to his knees before you, Nathaniel.
Ooh. Alright, so what's the rules on that spell? Well, I guess I'm not allowed to know, am I?
What do you mean, the spell that she used?
Yeah. Like, if I deal damage to him, is he snapping out?
It's just until the end of their next turn, I believe. So.
Okay, so I can deal damage to him.
Yeah.
He won't get up. Okay.
Well, yeah, it's not like it cancels the effects. It's like during his turn, he is using that. And so it's sort of like being knocked down and having to use your whole turn to get back up.
Alright. So Nathaniel, then, since he has now an easier target to do this with, he's going to take his alchemist fire and a dagger, and I want him to run and jump onto the ogre's back,
Yep.
stabbing his dagger into his shoulder. And when it yells out in pain, he's going to like throw the alchemist fire down his gullet.
Oh, okay. All right. So for this epic move idea that you've got going on here, you'll have the advantage on attacking him with the dagger, and then for the alchemist fire, I don't even know if normally I don't think it is an action. Like, I don't think it has an attack button or something. Let's see. Oh no, there is an attack. So I guess, yeah, you just roll that one normally then.
Alright, so advantage dagger.
Oh my god. That is some next level unlucky rolls. What the fuck?
Yeah. I don't have any fucking momentum.
Well,
Alright, well...
he's still going to yell because you just jumped on top of him, so you still have the opportunity to throw the fire down.
Alright, is it normal or advantage?
We'll say you have advantage.
There we go. Oh, exploded on me. But...
You targeted yourself, yeah. So.
I always do that by default in case I have like healing or something.
Right,
so
right,
I don't
right.
have to heal people, but forget. Alright, so I'm on his back. He roars and then damage.
Yeah, you gotta roll the damage there.
What?
So it's one, but what does it do here? It
burns him
weapon.
every turn.
Yeah, but he's going to need to make an action in order to put the fire. And you'll roll a 1d4 each time, I think. So yeah, it's at the start of his turn. So. All right, the ogre is now experiencing pure fire inside his gullet as the alchemist fire spreads in him. He is roaring in pain. And also, it could only ever deal 1 damage, I think, because of his rage. But that's okay. That's beside the point. Like, the rage, the fury, and the pain, as well as just the indignation of being forced to prostrate before a human, is all overtaking this ogre that is now beneath you. And the other orcs just can't believe their eyes. But Nathaniel, as you step... You catch a little bit of a glimpse at a strange reddish-looking creature, a hobgoblin. Well, you'd recognize their craftiness everywhere, but this one is dressed and armored like a true captain. Yet unlike the common leaders, true leaders, he's all the way back here, holding a light crossbow.
All right.
He sets one bolt straight for you, but instead it slaps into the ogre's backside, barely leaving a scratch. With effortless alacrity, the hobgoblin shoulders his weapon and pulls out a smaller hand crossbow and strikes you with that. The bolt will strike true for 3 piercing damage, finding a gap in your armor. And then the hobgoblin, staring right at you, discards the hand crossbow and makes ready to step forward when he's next able to. You get the sense that he too delves into combat momentum.
Gotcha.
The ogre
Did I
is
get any momentum for the fire in the ogre?
Yeah, you got 1 momentum from the successful attack. So. Or is that the? I have to remind myself how I wrote it.
So it says here on the flask, as an action, you can throw this flask out of 20 feet. Yeah, make a range attack. Creature treating the alchemist's fire as an improvised weapon.
Yeah. So that counts as a weapon, and then it's a successful attack. So that was your successful attack. So you got the momentum from that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And then I have to hit for the rest.
Right. The other stuff didn't hit. Like the dagger didn't hit. The caltrop did hit, but it wasn't like as a reaction on your turn or anything. So it's not really the same thing. We
established that
last time. Yeah.
I have to use it as a weapon, like throw it in their eyes or reaction, whatever.
Like stab them with it or something. Yeah. Reaction was the best way to do it for sure. The ogre is going to attempt to dislodge you and also shake off the effects of Leoza's magical spell. In doing so, he is going to use his considerable strength in an effort to throw you off of him.
Is that a contested check?
If you want to stay on, you're going to need to use your athletics to stay on, and if you want to find a safe landing spot, you'll have to use acrobatics to find a spot of your choosing. And depending on which one you do. Okay.
Which do I want? Question.
Are you going to hit a 22 or above for athletics?
I have a +4. It's not out of the question.
Yeah, it's true. The ogre also had a +4.
Like I'm literally as athletic as this organ. But
oh wait, no, he got a 24. His athletics is +6. I just didn't roll it right.
I thought it was at the end of his turn that he gets to rise.
He's just trying to throw you off right now.
Oh.
He's spending his turn doing getting rid of the effects of the spell. Yeah. So this is sort of what I'm doing. Like he doesn't have a turn because of that. This is his turn basically.
Well, acrobatics.
Okay. Pick a spot you're trying to be flung to if you can.
I'm back in front of the ogre.
Okay. We'll say that you managed to plop yourself right there on top of the bones. That's good enough. Alrighty. Well, the ogre has been humiliated. The orc has been humiliated as well, I suppose, but also really quite defenestrated after the poisoning. And seeing potentially like someone who he could actually attack, a weakened human that's been tossed to the ground, he'll run up with the intention of striking. Unfortunately, he's going to miss with the great club. Oh, but the great axe.
Hit with your own.
Dude, this guy's getting some good rolls for disadvantage.
+5.
Yeah, to hit, he's got a +5. Now, I will roll this, but because he's poisoned, I'm pretty sure this requires less damage or something. So we're probably going to take half of this result.
Yeah, that would have killed me.
Oh, well, there you go. It's 5 slashing from the orc's beatdown as he regains some last, semblance of spirit and roars with victory on his lips. He seems to be slowly recovering from his poisoning, which brings us neatly to Kyle's turn, aka Coxie. Your poison has helped Nathaniel cheat death, but is it going to be enough? He's looking pretty beat up.
Well, while this orc is still feeling the effects of poison, Coxie will feel that not a buzzing in his head this time, but maybe a chittering. And as he tries to unleash it on the orc, perhaps a large pile of small spiders falls from the ceiling on top of that orc, looking to end its life. That is a nat 1.
Yep. So that is, you can effectively treat this as a crit.
So it'll be 10 damage.
The spiders descend upon this absolutely beleaguered orc. No sooner does he strike at Nathaniel does he seem to be afflicted with countless insects and arachnids that just sink into his flesh, crawl underneath his skin, into his mouth as he roars in agony and fear. It's a really horrid sight. And he looks quite worse for wear as the insectoid assault continues.
And then for my bonus action,
Oh.
Dagger his ass.
It's like he's scratching at his skin and desperate to try to put an end to his suffering. He's like trying to rip his own skin open and like smash all of the bugs that he can, but he's so sickly, so weak, he can't quite get them all. And then suddenly, where are you aiming for?
back of the neck.
Right before Nathaniel, who has been, clobbered and smashed and slashed, a bunch of blood suddenly spurts out through his neck as the dagger puts this beast to rest. He collapses before you. Oops, I didn't mean to end your turn immediately.
As the orc collapses, Akaxi will say, "Good job, my underlings. And Nathaniel, I want that knife back. But use it now, before you die."
Nathaniel looks determined.
The orc makes ready to slash at Tiber, but it seems that all of the commotion has really snuck up on him and overtaken him. Perhaps he fears having a formidable opponent like you, Tiber. Perhaps he fears meeting the same end, an untimely demise, as his orcish compatriot has underwent. And as he raises his greatsword, you see an easy opportunity. In your feint, as he strikes, you're able to immediately disarm him, leaving his blade clattering to the stone floor. Which brings us to your turn. Perfect. So what do you do?
Backhand him.
Yeah.
So I am going to, having this occur, Tiber is going to spin his glaive between his hands a couple of times and then toss it up into the air. And as it's in the air, he is going to punch him twice in the head.
Perfect. Do you have a roll for punching him twice in the head?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay,
Was that 14 hit?
that hits.
Alright, so first damage. Six points of bludgeoning.
Oh man, this guy is on his last legs after that strike.
So I kind of like, I want the, well, let me see if the second one hits. Yeah.
Yep, that'll do it.
So first punch, I hit him in the jaw and knock his head up a little bit, and then I come in fast with the second one and I just smash him right in the throat.
Oh god. Oh my god. This man just got 1-2 punched while the glaive was still in the air, and he collapses to the ground, losing consciousness at a rapid rate and suffocating from the blunt force trauma that he's just sustained.
And then I will try to catch the glaive.
honestly, should I even make you roll for that? That was pretty good. That was pretty epic.
Yeah. Well, in which case, in epic fluid motion, as the orc begins to fall back to the ground, he just sees me catch the glaive and then rest it against the ground next to me.
It would have been really funny if he did all that and then he dropped the glaive and all right onto the orc and it killed the orc.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Maybe we should make you go for like a sleight of hand or something.
You're the DM. You told me.
Yeah, I think we do sleight of hand just to see where it lands.
That's not the orc, buddy.
Yeah, all right. Let's see. What's the damage roll on the glaive?
Hey, do you want me to roll damage with it?
Yeah,
I
do that.
think it's a 1d10.
It's a 1d10 plus 3, it looks like, for slashing.
9 points.
You went to go and take the, catch it as it fell down, and instead it plunged blade first into the guy's face, and he expires right in front of you.
Hell yeah. Alright, well, in which case, can I pick up the glaive at least?
Yeah, you can get it back. Like,
Okay,
trying to
cool.
make it look like you meant to do that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Do I want to move? I'm going to back up a little bit and kind of use myself as a shield for Eric.
Got it. Who seems very grateful to have your presence as he's readied his crossbow during all of this time.
Yeah, I forgot this guy.
For 2 points of piercing damage, because rage, the ogre shrugs off the assault, but he says, "At least I could still hit the broadside of an ogre." Zazzle, it is your turn. You've watched the sickening demise of one orc and the more fanciful and bludgeoning demise of another, but the ogre still remains a threat.
Let's go, Azazel.
Your companion is also critical.
Yeah, so Zazzle is gonna walk actually a little bit behind Nathaniel.
I shall
And
be your
then
meat shield.
Nathaniel's gonna that's right. And then Nathaniel's gonna feel his staff touch his back as it glows. Anybody who's looking. And he's gonna cast Cure Light Wounds, but let me make sure I'm actually selecting Nathaniel first.
Give him the old T key, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, there you go. And healing.
Seven.
And there you go. And he's gonna say, "Human, we will need you to defeat the ogre."
Nathaniel just gives you a very wicked smile.
And then that's
Like,
probably
yeah,
gonna be it for
you
his
will.
turn, unfortunately. There you
You
go.
want to like take caltrips off me? I burn my reaction to give you caltrips, and you take them. You like use your bonus to try and take them, and I burn my reaction to give them. If that's cool. With
That's
both
probably
of them.
fine for now.
The hobgoblin mutters in a language none of you seem to understand as he makes ready to throw a dagger directly towards you, Tiber. He's not too happy with the target selection and seems to pat himself looking for any other such weaponry he might be able to stow. Takes a sidestep over the caltrops and, seeing a much easier target, readies a hand axe, which he throws directly at Leoza. But she, too, seems to sort of give it the old switcheroo. With a mutter to himself, he draws both blades, 2 short swords, and makes ready to enter into the melee. Leoza looks over at the party to her south, Nathaniel, Zazzle, and Kyle, and says, loud enough for everybody to hear, of course, the ogre won't be healing anytime soon, so at least that's something. But we need to deal with this one as well. And she summons her magical energies yet again to inflict 4 necrotic upon the hobgoblin. Nathaniel, it is your turn.
Alright, locked on his target. Nathaniel, so this guy had 2 great axes, right?
He had a great axe and a great club.
So the great axe is what hit me, right?
Yep.
So with the great axe that's still sort of wet with my blood, Nathaniel would pick it up with both hands and try to throw it at the ogre.
Interesting. Okay. Well, you can make a regular attack roll with that.
Alright. I don't have the thing to actually roll it, so I'm gonna roll my short sword, because I assume I have proficiency with it.
Yeah, do you have proficiency with great axes? Let's see.
You're not taking the dagger?
Well, I have proficiency from my thing, right? But I want to know if I get +4 or whatever.
Yeah, it's considered a martial weapon, and you have that, so yeah, that's fine.
So I'm just gonna roll my longsword, pretend it's the great axe, right?
Okay.
And then I have +6 total. Yeah. 2. There we go.
Okay.
What's
That
the
does
damage on that
indeed
thing?
hit. Oh yeah, that was an attack, not a damage roll. Don't get too excited.
So my modifier is +2.
Ah.
Amazing, to be honest. Absolutely stunning, my rolls today.
That wasn't. Yeah, that was my roll technically, but this can't happen. Can't happen at all. The great axe leaves a gash in the ogre's
Can I roll the dice
stomach.
and see what I get?
No. And inflicts 2 slashing damage to the ogre. Another cut upon this great beast who has yet to be properly bloodied.
So, that was my main action. Now
Right.
I get 2 momentum, which allows me to both use a... You can use an item as a free action,
Yep.
and then I still have my bonus action. So,
Right.
as my free action, I'm going to chug down a health potion.
Oh no, you're trying to heal the ogre. Don't worry, I
No,
got
it's
you.
over. Alright. So that brings me almost to full. And then with my bonus action, I'm going to grab that dagger that Kyle gave me. And so who looks the worst here?
This guy is dead. Don't pay attention to that guy. The ogre's been hit a lot. The hobgoblin seems to have been barely... The hobgoblin isn't going to be as hard to take down in terms of his durability, but Leoza's only hit him once with magic, so...
So as he's reeling with pain, I'd like to run towards the ogre, jump, and sort of kick off of him to land over here and throw the dagger while in midair.
Okay, who are you throwing the dagger at?
At the hobgoblin.
At the hobgoblin. All right, give me an athletics check then, since you're so athletic.
Athletics or acrobatic?
Well, you're using physical force to kick yourself into the air, right? So
Okay.
that's what I was thinking. Okay. We'll say that now you can throw the dagger. If you got really high on the athletics check, I probably would have given you advantage or something. I'm just trying to think about what the rules ought to be for that. But
Does that hit?
that does not hit. The Hobgoblin Captain will watch your impressive display enraptured, but the dagger collides clanking with his steel armor. You recognize he will be difficult to strike given his heavy armaments.
Nathaniel shouts,
Is there no one here who can face me?
turn.
As if in response to... Wait, what were you going to say?
He takes 1d4 damage from the burning.
He says just prior to getting nat 20'd by the ogre.
Yeah.
Hey, we rolled these dice here.
All right, so that's going to be 1 damage because of rage.
Oh my god.
And the ogre turns to you, Nathaniel, as if in response. Takes 1 step towards you and readies his great club. Oh, but a narrow dodge.
Since I have I have no weapons, can I say as the great club comes by, I sort of like lunge, grab hold of the giant hand, and just sort of use it as he's going down, hoist myself over and flip over the weapon.
You trying to maybe burn your reaction to do some kind of tactical movement? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I'm just trying to fucking piss off the ogre by styling on him.
Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to like flip over him to go to the other side or
Oh,
something.
if you let me do that, I'd like to burn my reaction as the weapon comes down, I dodge it, and then I vault onto his back.
Once again being a nuisance to him. Okay. Well, I'll let you burn your reaction. You just have to give me the acrobatics check that you need here. Oh, okay. Well, that's going to be pretty easy for him to beat, I feel like. But let's see.
Is rage resistance to all damage?
Yeah.
Oh, it's...
And he...
No, it's just bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing.
Yeah, non-magical.
Ah.
Does the fire count as magical damage?
No.
But it's
I
not
wish it
bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing, so I guess it still would count? In which case, I owe you 3 damage to this guy.
Oh, all right.
I'm glad somebody knew that. All right. Nathaniel, it's not as fluid as you would like it to be, but the ogre is equally as meek in his attempt to dislodge you as you vault onto his back. It's a slow and unsteady scramble, but you wind up on his backside.
Nathaniel smirks down at the hobgoblin as he surfs his ogre.
All right, Kyle, you saw him use your dagger, but it didn't quite hit the mark. However, he is now on top of an ogre. What do you do?
Why is he on top of an ogre? All right. What do I do? All right. Okay. My brain is braining. What are the odds, right? Combining my climbing and walk speed that I can get right here and then thunderclap to knock over this statue onto the hobgoblin.
Oh, interesting. So how much movement is that for you?
So 30 feet of climbing, and then I use my walk speed to climb, which is 15 feet, but that's enough to get me an extra 5 feet, which is all I need.
Yeah.
So I can
And then
get
you have to
that.
dismount to drop down to the surface so that you can thunderclap.
Oh, I was gonna try and thunderclap it from the top, so it topples over.
I guess either one could work. So yeah, let's try it, because I like that kind of creative shit. You'll make Nathaniel sad because you're knocking over the statue, but you know.
Alright, Coxie's skittering over to this statue. Brings we'll bring 6 arms together so he can still hang from the ceiling as he casts Thunderclap without placing the measured template on the statue.
All right, let's see the damage.
That's 2.
That is only a 2. All right, I can think of something here. Give me a... All right, I want a 1d8 from you. All right. Kyle, Coxie, you skitter your way over with determination on your mind. You dangle yourself from the ceiling as your 6 other arms collapse forth to produce a powerful wave of thunderous magic. Rather than dislodge the entire statue as you hoped, it's only the helmet that pops off and flings itself at the hobgoblin for a total of 6 bludgeoning damage.
Peace.
The hobgoblin has a much more shrill roar to it than the ogre or the orcs, but nonetheless still seems ready for the fight, if perhaps a little bloody. Certainly bruised.
Coxie now, peeking over where the helmet used to be, looking at the hobgoblin, will say, you are outnumbered. I would start running, you red, ugly beast.
Are you going to roll intimidation with that, or you just wanted to say that? Oh, shit.
The dice are on my side? Question mark?
All right, you see, your words may have had an effect, particularly when accompanied by a giant head.
I should have said, now that's using my head.
Then you would have given him a buff, because he would have found you dumb. All right, Tiber, you've just watched the head of a statue fling off and impact the hobgoblin, courtesy of Kyle's magic. Do you beam with pride?
That's my spider.
I'm not your spider.
That's what you think.
He's a Spider-Man, okay?
Yeah. Tiber's
Yeah,
a bit of a
if you
spider.
keep- If you keep calling him Spider-Man, I'm going to start calling him Peter.
No.
Parker!
There's gotta be a Kyle out there in the Spider-Verse.
None that we know.
Into the
Okay.
Spider-Verse of God.
Trusting that Kyle is going to take care of the hobgoblin, Tiber is going to take a step forward to kind of put himself between the ogre, Leoza, and Eric, and is going to lower his glaive and prepare a glaive attack if the ogre comes within 5 feet of him.
Okay. Sounds good. Eric stands ready to put another crossbow bolt into this thing. Ooh, max damage. It is halved, but still.
Nice.
It's going to be 5 piercing, and the ogre is now bloodied after all of that beatdown. And Eric says, yes! All right, Zazzle. Nobody needs immediate healing except for maybe Eric and I guess the ogre, but I don't think you're ready to do any of that anyway. So what do you do?
Start healing the ogre.
Yeah, you got it. You got a soft spot
no.
for ogres too. You know, it's fine.
That's right. I mean, they're kind of like animals.
Right.
So I think the only thing he really can do is just run up and hit it with his stick.
Very thematic.
So that's probably what he's going to do.
There's a gym teacher named Kyle in one of the comments.
Oh. I can't move, so...
Oh, you're there.
Oh,
It's just doing that lag thing.
yeah. Okay, you big dumb ogre. This is coming to an end. And then he goes and swings his stick, his staff.
All right, you do have advantage thanks to Nathaniel being on top of him. So
Nice. As soon as I see
Flank
the thing to
bonus.
be able to do the click, I will do that. Because it's not letting me... It's doing the thing where I'm clicking and it's not appearing because I'm guessing it's too far behind.
yeah, I don't know why it's like that for you. That's
If
really
you want-
annoying.
You're trying to use the cantrip
Yeah.
Samoa?
No, he's just getting every time he clicks, instead of like doing the attack roll, it just creates a new chat card.
Oh no! I don't even see the chat cards. That's
Yeah, we see
like-
them, but you don't. So there were like 6.
pretty
I
good.
guess DM has to roll
Oh,
for you
okay.
now.
Yeah, I probably.
Oops, I didn't roll with advantage. All right, you did end up hitting him with the advantaged attack. I'll leave that in the chat so it'll show up eventually. So I'm guessing you also can't roll the damage because you probably still can't see the chat card.
Nope.
Oh man, pretty good.
Big 3.
It's a big 3 after it's reduced by half. It was 7 damage though. Good roll if it wasn't for a raid.
Nice.
Do you stand within reach of this creature?
Yeah, he's probably gonna just stand there because, like, ready to hit him more. He's a bit tired of fighting these guys, and he just wants the ogre to go down now.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, let me know if I think you can still end your turn, hopefully, despite the lag. Whenever you're ready to do that.
Doesn't even say it's my turn. It says it is Tiber's turn still, so you know.
Oh wow, you got
That's how
your
far
2
back I am.
turns.
Oh,
back.
Eric, wait. Now it's my turn.
Oh, well, I just skipped you. So.
It went very fast. Okay.
Well, it's good. If you had nothing else to do, we're all good.
Yep. Yeah, we should be fine.
Okay. All right. Well, the hobgoblin is going to slink back over the caltrops and begin to disappear into the shadows.
God damn it. They always like to run.
I spooked him, bro.
So, do we have confirmation that this is Bonemore?
Nobody
No,
has
it's
said anything about that except for Shambler out of character saying that's definitely Bonemore.
Yeah, it's not Bonemore. This is just an ogre, but you know.
Dude, I can't wait to eat the entire.
He's
roast.
spiritually
This is Ogremore? He's Toothmore?
Question is, will Nathaniel try to kill the ogre or chase down the hobgoblin?
Hmm.
Nice. Hey, she's been doing great with her chill touches. She's got cold hands.
A very potent necrotic force seems to creep up over the ogre as Leoza curses it with additional magic. Then, looking up towards Kyle, she nods and says, "The other one's taken care of." All right, Nathaniel, it's your turn, and this ogre's going next.
Alright. Well,
What happened to the hobgoblin?
He ran away.
oh, ran away.
He was intimidated and also smacked in the head with a giant head, so...
Alright, well, Nathaniel's gonna not abandon his compatriots. Although he will mutter, "Coward!" And then he will stab the ogre with a drawn dagger. That hit.
Yes.
3 damage. That brings me up to 3 momentum, which allows me to use my bonus action to then try and disarm him. Make athletics or sleight of hand check. So it's definitely gonna be athletics. So the idea is that I guess I'll like jump off of his back and onto his arm, attempting to the sudden lurch to knock his weapon loose from his hand.
Yeah,
Seems
using the
really
momentum and the force and, you know, your weight and the fact that he's weakened and stuff.
Fuck me. Never can go right.
Oh, that was so winnable.
Yeah.
The ogre will
Yeah,
just barely keep hold of his weapon, but you still dangle from his arm.
Let's see. What do I have with 3 more minutes? Oh, I can use an item as a free action. Deploy any weapon as well. So, I'm gonna throw caltrops in his eyes.
He's big enough, he can do that.
It caltropped it yet.
Oops. Well, I meant to roll that for him, but...
Right.
If he gets a 10, he definitely doesn't pass, because his dexterity is a -1 modifier. So... I'll delete that. I will roll again, and we know that it's actually a 10, but it's even worse for him. All right, so he is definitely going to take the damage. Oh, I applied it to you, Goober.
Now, I did use that as a weapon, right?
Yeah,
I
so you do get the extra movement in front.
Gotcha. That brings me up to 4. Do I get anything? Bound towards a new destination. Okay, that's a bonus action. I'm on his arm, so I can't move, right?
You could let go and then move. You'd be
Alright.
like over here, basically.
Let's see, how much movement is this? That's 5 feet. Let's skitter around here. So I'll race around him. Now, I'll take the attack of opportunity if he's going to do it. Or is he blinded and can't do it?
Yeah, he
He
sucks.
misses anyway.
Yeah. He
Alright.
blindly thrashes around in an attempt to strike at you.
So I have 10 more movement, but I see Skinmore. What's he doing before I decide where I move him first?
Skinmore is running towards you, like desperate, haggard, panting, bruised. He seems to have some fear in his eyes, but like he's not running towards you in a threatening way. So it's up to you to decide what you're doing with that.
All right. I shall venture. Oh, not like that. I'll venture like this. 10 more feet in. And I'll shout back. No sign of him. We'll have to just finish the ogre. I'll turn. And in giant, we'll say, just to see. Come on, you ugly son of a bitch.
The ogre, still blinded by you, turns and roars back in giant. You killed father! He begins to step towards
Step
you.
on the couch.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, he had to step twice, so we're doing it again.
Ah.
Oh.
Hell yeah. Pickles! Get tickled, motherfucker. Killed father. Fuck was his dad?
All right.
Who did I even kill?
That's the best part. You didn't actually kill anyone.
Ooh. Another attempt at swinging his great axe at you, but you can feel his rage and fury fizzling out with each miss, each whiff. He's barely hanging on. Kyle, it's your turn.
Damn straight it is. Kyle, in case you weren't sure, is gonna skitter.
He's gonna what?
Skitter.
Oh.
And he ends up basically right above the ogre. And let's see, what's the highest chance of hitting here? Let's see, do we think I have a higher chance of hitting a Mind Sliver, which is an intelligence saving throw, or a Ray of Frost, which is just an attack roll?
Mind Sliver.
I guarantee you the ogre has a -2 intelligence.
Yeah.
But I get a +5 to my attack roll for Ray of Frost, plus the extra 2 from the height advantage. Plus,
What's the plus on your Mind Sliver?
I don't get anything. It's
But
just a
what if
DC
he
13.
what if he has a -5 to his intelligence?
Yeah, it's not a
It
question
does.
of which is more likely,
an
since
ogre.
they're both really good. The question is, can you, like, which one is more funny and / more good, more in character?
Which one deals more damage and which one doesn't cost a spell slot?
None of them cost a spell slot.
Alright, so just go for
As far
damage.
as damage goes, it's Ray of Frost. That's not as cool as Mind Sliver.
Yeah, I agree.
Alright, with a spiking headache, Akaxi just tries to empty his mind. And empties his mind into the ogre.
It's slivered, idiot. absolutely slivered.
Ooh, the mind sliver striking. This poor creature never had it in him to defend his mind against assaults. He could defend his body, but his mind is weak. And his head, his whole neck really seizes as if going catatonic. And he threatens to collapse directly upon you, Nathaniel, but a quick roll will move you to safety as he smashes into the ground.
As he smashes onto the ground, I would like to use my last bit of movement to drop onto his back and immediately start webbing him.
Cocooning him, yeah.
Yeah. And Nathaniel will just hear chittering, and in between chitters, just, it must eat.
All right, Tiber, we're using turn order to resolve what people are going to do immediately, but it does seem like the immediate danger has passed, so what will you do now that those you attempted to defend are now defended?
I guess Tiber is going to do a quick sweep of the surroundings, just trying to see if there are any other enemies that may have popped up, like on the precipice of what's going on here.
You see, it seems like everything is pure quiet, but you're not quite sure what lurks beyond the door. It's hard to make out behind that, but you know Nathaniel moved through and said that there were no sign of him. And that now the ogre has been felled.
Stay here for a minute, he'll say to Eric and Leoza, and then I'll move 30 feet this way to try and peer up the stairs. Just to make sure we haven't been followed.
Okay. As you do so, it seems like everything is in order initially, but I'll update you as that progresses, and feel free to give me a perception check. Eric is going to nurse himself against the wall and let his crossbow rest on the floor for now as he takes a seat. And Zazzle, what are you going to do in the immediate aftermath?
So, I was thinking what makes most sense in character is to reach out to his spirit companion to see if they can track down the hobgoblin, but also I technically can't summon him because stupid.
Yeah, but we can say that you can interact. Like, it might not be an at-will end combat thing. Maybe it's like a ritual cast or like a willing thing, you know what I mean? Like your bond hasn't been fully solidified yet, but like still definitely you know each other, that kind of thing.
Okay. You want like a roll or anything for that?
Let's see. No, I think what I could probably ask you for is a nature roll, and then based on the outcome of that is what we'll do.
Okay.
But like you don't need a roll to be successful in order to actually speak or commune with it. You just need time. So this might just dictate like how quickly that happens or something.
Okay, that makes sense. So you want a nature roll here.
Okay. All right, we'll say that the response from
Not to tell me the roll because I can't see it.
Oh, it's 16. Sorry.
Okay.
So we'll say that the response is quick, like you feel the presence almost immediately upon your communal, indicating that your link is still strong, and you're specifically asking of it to help track down the hobgoblin.
The hobgoblin. Yep.
As if you caught a sniff or his stench. There's a pull through the door and to the south. But there's also like a danger or perhaps caution, a sense of not necessarily doom, but great power. that must be respected.
Okay. So that's going to prompt Zazzle to try to move towards where the dead ogre is.
Okay. I think at that point
And
we
then I
can...
assume you'll move on to the next person. So,
Yeah, well, we can just go ahead and close out the turn order stuff, and, you know, Leoza will be turning to Nurse to, like, try to help Eric out a little bit. And based on the perception skill check from Tiber, we're saying that you've stood watch over that area for however long you want to say, like 30 seconds, even longer if you want. It doesn't seem you've been followed. Nothing is stirred behind there, and you're very confident that you have, like, that you've seen all of that is to be seen amidst the piles of rubble, dust-covered stones, and stairs that only you and your party have recently disturbed.
Good. We'll wander back this way, and I'm going to eyeball this other door. Does it look to have been recently disturbed, or is there anything strange about it compared to the other one?
No, this one looks similarly, like a similar make with no real differences. You recall that Skidmore had to do something to interact with it in order to remove the trap on the other door, which promptly set off this fight to begin with. However, there's nothing about this one that makes it seem like anything other than a piece of stone.
I'm going to walk up to it, place a hand on it, and I'm going to close my eyes, and I'm going to try to feel with my tremor sense if there's anything moving on the other side.
As you try to attune yourself to the senses of the earth, really, vibrations, you don't hear or feel, you don't sense significant movement on the other side, but you do sense something, a deep presence, steady, rhythmic, beneath you, deep beneath this place, pervasive, as if it stretches along the path that one would take were these doors opened, both into the room that is obscured by the stone wall and the other room that your party is currently mostly in.
How strange. The earth here has a heartbeat.
Nathaniel, as you pull your blade and demand information, Skidmore skids to a stop and says, "Ah, you conquer these ones. Skidmore is saved. The hobgoblin, Skidmore did not see him, so he must have gone there." And he points off to the south.
Nathaniel says, "Alert the others where I'm going. Alert the others. I'm going after him." Races off to the south. Oh, there he goes. Should I wait before I see this man, or
It looks like there's some BRPs, and I got a BRP, so I say BRP.
BRP?
BRP.
back from the dead.
Wave.
I'm either walking into an ambush or I'm gonna have a duel with this fucking goblin.
Where'd you go? Oh, you went that way.
A very honorable duel.
Oh my god, I might need to reload pouch.
Do it now while we're waiting on BRP.
I still had the turn order up.
Hmm. I need his hand crossbows, really. That's some A-tier loot.
All right, I've returned. I don't know if anybody else is still AFK.
I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
Shoulder.
I'm currently reloading Foundry because I still had the turn order up.
Oh wow, okay. Hopefully that helps it.
Yeah.
All right, so that's it. I'm deleting the door. I can't lock it open, which is a big oversight in my opinion.
Yeah, do they know D&D play?
Is there any way you can become louder, by the way, Cullen?
You know how tempting it was when I first saw that door, not the clicking?
You trying to tell me that I should like
Am I louder?
no.
Dude, when you see a door in Foundry and you realize it has a sound effect, it's like when you see Kasuga go from 0 to 1,000 APM.
Am I louder?
I cannot detect the difference.
I'm gonna wake up my whole family when he tries the game.
The problem is I have no idea what this thing on my mic actually does.
Oh yeah, I don't
Makes you
remember.
sound
You
like
have a
a
different
robot.
microphone than I'm used to you having.
Yeah.
You might have to do a Windows volume thing. Oh yeah, I forgot I named my speakers.
Amazing.
Very funny.
So are we all here?
Yeah, well, we're waiting on
Foundry
Balthor to
is
get
just
back
not
in.
loading for me.
I guess in the interim you can watch the stream.
You?
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I can do that.
Did I fix it?
I think so, maybe.
You think so, maybe?
Did he you?
Yeah, you're louder.
You?
Yeah, you are louder. I gotta turn you down.
Yeah, that's good.
I am you.
I am you.
You're 3.
Okay, I can see.
Alright, so here's my question. Can I see the hobgoblin over there because of my dark vision, or am I too busy cocooning?
No, we're gonna say that you cannot see him right now because you're too busy cocooning. If you were further up, you could, but he's in the chair, so the chair is very large. No?
Well, he wasn't in the chair. He wasn't in the chair when he wasn't in the chair when combat ended, but
Yeah, I just didn't move him yet because I forgot dark
Oh.
vision can see that. So.
I see.
What guy thinks I'm gonna run from combat and then go in a chair?
Well, you can't really see him that well either, but you'll definitely see his armor poking out. So it'll catch your eye as you're approaching Nathaniel.
I am the king now. You cannot fight me.
Whoever sits in chair is ruler. He makes rules. And rule is you cannot hurt me.
Yeah.
What? Okay, I'm not lawful retarded.
But you could be.
I'm not.
Do you think that would work on Tiber?
I would challenge him to an arm wrestle and rip his arm off.
Besides, Nathaniel's
Good
gone to
man.
war with other kings, so it's like, he's not a king either. He's a prince, and like it's like a 7th prince. He's not even like gunning for the throne. He was supposed to be a priest, but that didn't work out.
Oh shit, it finally loaded.
Hell yeah, brother.
Oh, and it's responsive. Look at that. I just have to restart
over.
Foundry every 10 minutes. It's fine.
Perfect. Well, I think we're coming up close to the end, but I don't really know. I never really know what these sessions. So
I can go pretty late. Well, depends on Canoli. He hasn't got back to me yet.
I can't go much later, so I'm guessing it'll be like another 20 or so minutes, but we'll see.
Gotcha. This guy better surrender, or he's gonna die.
Well,
Ready?
what are you doing? Since it's your we know that Kyle is cocooning the ogre and Skidmore is sort of like cowering next to Zazzle, and Tiber is looking through the room, and Leoza and Eric are accounted for. So what's Nathaniel doing?
Does it look like he's aware of me?
If he is, he's not responding to your presence.
Daniel, upon glimpsing the armor, will attempt to stealth.
Well, that's a pretty
I
good
am the
stealth
knight.
check right there. As you approach the position that he is in, the air in the room seems to get a lot more languid, warm, almost unbearably so, humid. There's a definite change in the atmosphere.
What's he doing?
He seems to be slouched somewhat, almost in a defeated-looking pose. You know,
How big is this chair?
bigger than would be required to fit a man or creature of his stature.
Can I reach around it successfully and hold a blade to his throat?
Well, the back of the chair is like taller than you, so you'd
How about
probably
the arm?
like I'm just thinking
Like, run up-
proportionally, right? It's very wide
Mhm.
and very tall. So you would probably need to you'd probably need to like leap up from the arm.
Alright. Nathaniel suddenly, in a burst of movement, went up to here. Well, I'd have to leap on the arm?
It's like the arm.
So I have a
normally on an
center
arm
and-
comes up to your waistline or something on a chair, right? This arm would come up to your closer to your chest. So in order to vault, you'd have to actively try to vault over it or something. If you were trying to cross over it.
The idea was that I would rush to the side of the chair and put my sword beneath his throat and tell him to fucking surrender. But if that's not the case, I've been fucking acrobating all around here today. Does the chair look sturdy enough that I could land? You know what? With both blades drawn, Nathaniel will just shout, "There's nowhere to run. Surrender, and I may just spare your life."
The hobgoblin doesn't seem to stir as you approach, but you can tell that he's breathing by the way that he responds to your words. with a sigh, and he says, I have already surrendered, but you need not spare my life, for I am spoken for.
Skip the riddles. You're a dead man walking? Then who's gonna put the blade in your heart?
Still without really looking to you or even necessarily responding, his voice is despondent for what you imagine it must have been. No one is coming. No one. We are but fodder.
Daniel takes a step closer with his blade raised.
Honor for who?
Tiber, there's an immense sense, overwhelming or tremor sense, a rupturing of the earth. It seems something is stirring, something great, and it's coming from the other room.
The one ahead of me or behind me?
The one that your compatriots moved through.
Tiber looks back towards the source of it, but he also he's very curious by the immensity of the destruction that seems to have happened over in this area. Does it look like the ceiling caved in here, or does it look like this place was destroyed some other way?
Several pillars that once held many parts of the ceiling have collapsed, blocking the path. The rubble piles, while they're offering little glimpses of the what might lurk beyond what might have once been beyond this part of the hallway, they also block one's ability to navigate. Yet they still seem to have come down at around the same time as those pillars. Whatever tore those asunder and left them cracked and open seems to have done this place in.
He won't climb over the rebel pile, but he will kind of lean down at the base of it and just try to feel one more time with the tremor sense.
In addition to the great rupturing and rumbling that's going on in the other room, you get the sense that something is moving. Something is migrating or pulsing through the earth. It's as if this force is grand enough to split pieces of solid earth wide enough for it to pass.
Is there any kind of pattern to it, or is it just a continuous rupturing of the earth?
The closest pattern you could probably absolve it to would be a heartbeat, sort of as you mentioned earlier. Like a steady, rhythmic pulse.
Simply by nature of the size of such a thing that might be required to make this vibration, Tiber will be just a little bit spooked, and he's going to head back towards the party. And he will go to Leoza, and he will say,
Can you feel it?
She'll look up at you and say, yes, something has just shaken this place.
The very earth here feels alive. That or there's something very big below us.
Eric coughs up a little bit of blood, but seems to be stabilized and says, "Big, like bone more big."
Whatever this bone more thing is, if that's even what it is, it's making the earth rupture as if it has a heartbeat.
That must be pretty big. Eric seems to be in need of some rest, but he's trying his best to remain conscious.
There's a part of me that's very curious to see what it is, but there's also a part of me that feels it may be unwise for us to try and face it alone.
Leoza will look up at you and say,
Hey, man.
Oh, hey man. Leoza will look up at you and say, "Are you saying we may want to turn around?"
Perhaps we can explore a bit further, just to solidify our report. But we should be careful.
I'll keep helping Eric back to some semblance of well-being. And we'll be moving into that room over yonder, and she'll indicate the same room that the rupturing seems to be coming from, just to get out of this main hall in case some other intrepid heroes decide to stumble upon us.
Cyber will nod. And he will go over here on the other side of this rock, and he will punch it.
Ah. Just in case somebody else needs to come by and see what's going on.
Yeah, gotta keep the breadcrumb or the punch crumb trail going.
Yeah, that's right. That's probably close enough to 200 paces. Akaxi, you've been cocooning this ogre to some degree, but of course the rupturing of the earth is something that you can feel even though you're mostly atop an ogre and not even atop the ground. It's a quake unlike any you've felt before during your time in the Tenebral, and this is coming from, a place where you'll frequently find bulettes, so it's definitely going to catch your attention.
Coxie will suddenly stop cocooning, or maybe he's finished cocooning.
Sure.
I like to think that as he was cocooning, he was just like taking random bites, so the ogre is just looking very oddly fucked up,
like pockmarked almost.
Yeah. And then Akaxi will look up and go, what is all that shaking? And where are they going? As he gestures to Zazzle.
Skidmore has turned from cowering to dancing in the little time that it's been. But what does Tiber say in response to that?
Will you say what you said one more time?
Coxie looks up from his bitten and cocooned ogre, saying, what is all that shaking? And where are those two going? As he gestures towards Zazzle.
Something big below us, shaking the earth. I don't trust it.
And I'll glance in the direction of Zazzle. And do I see anything from the doorway, or do I need to step in more?
You'll see Zazzle moving in the indicated direction, but you won't see the other one that Kyle meant when he said those two, though you can guess it's Nathaniel. You'll have to step in a little bit more to see the rest. And as you do, you'll see Nathaniel there.
Akaxi is going to jump off of the ogre and onto the wall, and he's just going to start, skittering really fast down the wall or like down the room on the wall to get there as quickly as he can.
Okay, well, before you, while you're still in the middle of transit, Zazzle, what are you doing as you approach this scene? Nathaniel has a weapon drawn and is aimed it, clearly blade held threateningly towards the hobgoblin that's in the seat, slouched somewhat defenselessly and defeatedly. But then there's a sudden rumbling, so you can describe to me what you're doing before the rumbling and after, or during.
So he was walking towards him, mostly to warn him about the feeling of power. But once the earth starts shaking, he's gonna probably be like, "Oh shit, that's the power, huh?" Or at least, whatever he's feeling, something is not right. That's at least the feeling he got from the spirit, right? That
something of
so he's gonna
immense
walk
power
up
is
to-
that must be respected.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Human, I would be careful if I were you. There is something here that is very powerful. It would be in our best interest not to antagonize it, whatever it is.
All right, so Nathaniel is going to try to knock the hobgoblin unconscious. Can you just roll a one? What weapon are you using for this? Like the pommel of your sword or something?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a 1d6.
Plus my modifier.
No, it's, +2.
Max damage.
That's it. All right. The hobgoblin is knocked unconscious. It didn't even look like he raised a hand to defend himself. The way that he's gone passive is certainly suspicious, but he does indeed fall limp into the chair.
All right. Then Zazel said that there's something dangerous coming, right?
Something of great power
Yeah.
is here, yeah.
Something powerful. Yeah.
Probably Bonemore.
And then he said, looked at Hobgoblin.
I'm not done with this one. Let's get him moved and tied and get the hell out of here before that thing tries to make us a snack.
I can agree to that. We still need more information. Hobgoblin. What is going on? He'll move in to try to help him with moving the hobgoblin.
Okay.
Two-man him.
And then now we'll say that Kyle's been able to move closer. As Kyle is moving closer, as Acoxy is moving closer, Skidmore is still dancing happily next to Tiber, sort of incoherently chanting or cheering or babbling in a repeated pattern.
As Skidmore is dancing around, Tiber is going to watch him. Does his rhythm match the rumbling?
Yes, and like there is definitely overlap. So at first you're like no, and then you're like yeah, and then now you're not really sure, but there's some overlap. Something seems linked here.
You quit it.
But Bonemore is coming. Aren't you excited, big one?
Yeah.
I'm going to try to grab him with one hand.
Okay. Yeah. That's probably going to work.
+3 for Earthen Grasp.
Okay. So that's a 15 to hit. Oh. Well, you get the sense that he might have been able to squeeze out of your grasp, but he actually stops and just lets you hold on to him. Kyle, you've just arrived at the scene of an unconscious hobgoblin being held by Nathaniel and Zazzle.
Nathaniel said to you,
This one's not for eating.
Are you guys carrying him?
Yeah.
yes.
So Akaxi will open his mouth to answer you, but his eyes will turn green before he can do so, and he'll go, "I want to eat him when you're done." Sorry. And then he'll
He
turn
is a
around.
surrendered foe. He will be interrogated, and if he is deemed unworthy of life, you may have his corpse.
Unworthy of honor, you'll say instead of life.
Akaxi will look at you and go, "Oh, I thought he was already a corpse." And he will skitter back to see what all the fuss is about over here.
All right, hold off, guys, because you guys are all moving super fast. So as Kyle turns to skittle back, and as the rest of you are making your moves, oops, that's not where that's supposed to be.
Oh, that's a bomb.
That's
Great.
not a bomb.
Oh, great.
That's a man. Is Baltimore popping out like a fucking... What's it called? What's that movie? Tremors. Grappling. Oh no. We're getting blued. I'm blue.
The earth itself rumbles and quakes, and the tremor sense of Tiber is absolutely like off the charts right now. This is the closest you've ever been to such a geologic event, and it's really straining you, almost giving you like sensory overload, the way that looking into the sun could give you a headache. As it does, the earth gives way, revealing a beast so great and terrible it could only be Bone Mold.
Holy.
What the hell?
An enormous gaping maw filled with countless teeth, earth chunks slowly falling between the teeth like the way that dust travels down stalactites. It stays exactly where it is after its arrival. Its breath languid and heavy. And Skidmore lets out an excited, "There it is! It's Bonemore!"
Ah.
Nathaniel stares in awe, muttering, "By the lady."
Have I seen something like this before?
Tiber will call back into the hallway. Stay there. Don't come in here.
Leo's has got wide eyes, but she does nothing and stays exactly where she is.
Have I seen something like this down here before?
You have never seen something like this, but like the heaviest of quakes that you've felt ever in your life could maybe be explained by something like this, a deep tunneling maw. You can't really make out even its anatomy. As far as you can tell, it doesn't have eyes. It doesn't have anything other than teeth and whatever the rest of it is. Wherever the rest of it is.
Akaxi is going to skitter to the ceiling.
Okay.
And he's going to snap, "Skidmore! It better not eat my ogre."
What, you haven't had enough of that ogre? Bonemore would think it a tasty morsel. Unless... And then Skidmore, like, takes a step towards this giant creature and begins to try to scale it a little bit. Like, you guys would never do this kind of thing. This is, like, shocking the way that Skidmore just approaches it with such familiarity, and he looks over the lip to see what he can see, and almost like stumbles as the creature starts to breathe, and he like steps backwards and he says, "Some of the teeth are bloody. Maybe Bonemore found a snack."
We will feed it the ogre just in case. You can have the hobgoblin, as I said.
No.
Spider.
No. We feed it the ogre as a gift from me. And then I get the hobgoblin.
After I interrogate him. Fine.
What is Azel's reaction to this enormous monstrosity? Question mark. I don't know how Zazel would feel about it.
Does Zazel have any idea of what it is? That is a good question, I think. Do I need to roll a check for that?
Yeah, if you want to roll nature for me.
Would this thing count as a god?
You're trying to roll religion to know if there's any great mouth gods.
if there's a great maw, like ever devourer sort of myth or cult or something like that.
Yeah,
That's been
you can roll
whispered.
religion. Sure.
I'm gonna pick up this work.
I'm trying to roll nature. It's not working.
Let's try.
This is very good program.
Apparently, I paid a lot of attention to Great Maw class.
What was Tiber? What were you doing? You're grabbing the orc?
Yeah, I'm grabbing this work.
Okay, 1 sec. Alright, it should be attached to you. Okay, so Zazel, you rolled a 14 on your check. And it says, so this kind of beast is something that is only ever really sighted in the deep abyss or in some sort of subterranean environment. Its complexion tells you that it might be native to a waste, like some kind of underground desert dweller, but more than that you cannot say without getting eyes on more of its, well, body. As right now it's only showing you its mouth and a bit about its head. And for Nathaniel's check, while you've heard of cults of the Great Devourer, that was back in your homeland. You've not heard anything about whether they've spread their influence here, but if they have, they may indeed choose such a thing as their fixation.
Would that make it fundamentally evil?
Like in your... Who's asking?
My creed.
Based on your creed?
Within either faith, the cult of Cathora or Azantil.
I think I would say that it doesn't seem to me like something like if there were cults of this creature, right? Their intentions would be what determines how good or evil they really are. Fundamentally, you need more information to come to a conclusion definitively. It doesn't give you the greatest of feelings right now, but if you're looking for any reason to not pick a fight with the thing, you could say you need more info, you know what I mean?
Nathaniel's not a coward, you know. Even in the face, he believes, you know, he's literally the chosen of God. So, like, even in the face of this thing, he's like, if she wants me to try and take it out.
Sure, yeah. Nothing that Cathora would do or say would really apply here. Azantiel, as far as you've known, and maybe he's the one that comes to mind first, would need more information on what the mortal followers would be doing. And right now, the only one that you can maybe see would be Skidmore, who, in fairness, hasn't attacked you.
He's been helpful and he's been neutral and he didn't betray us. So, yeah, Nathaniel is cautious, but he will appease the thing with a fucking ogre, hopefully.
All right. And Zazel, based on your recognition of this kind of creature being rare, great, obviously, terrible, but not necessarily native to this part of the realm, what is your thought process? What is your reaction?
So he's probably thinking that he doesn't want to get eaten by it, obviously.
Right.
And is confused as its presence, I guess, because I assume it's probably normally deeper into the Tenebral, because I don't think we're that deep where we're at, right?
Yeah, unless Skinmore really led you super deep, that would be. I can't believe he counted the teeth. What a guy.
Jesus Christ, that's some tism.
Well, he said if you were looking
But,
for a reason not to fight it, and I was like, there's got to be a certain amount of reasons. And there's 144 of them.
He's considering trying to use animal handling to ensure that, like, to kind of approach the creature and try to ensure that it's calm so that it does not attack, because he probably sees it as just an animal, right? And doesn't necessarily think it needs to be killed. Really big and scary animal.
Right.
Kill an animal.
Yeah. Makes sense. Okay. And
See if I can roll animal.
right. You'll have to tell me what you're thinking about, like, specifically what your action would be. I know that Tiber is thinking about throwing that orc in, if I had to guess.
You guessed it.
Hell yeah, brother. Nathaniel is presumably thinking about immediately going over to grab the ogre with some assistance.
Yeah, so basically we're gonna set the dude aside over here, and then we're gonna fucking drag this ogre into that thing.
Okay. What is Kyle thinking of doing as an immediate action? Anything in particular? Any Acoxy move here?
What happened? Is there any Acoxy move here?
I was asking, like, do you have an immediate action that you would like to take?
Yeah, I'm gonna skitter over and get some more bites out of the ogre before we inevitably feed it.
No, you don't get to eat the ogre.
he's
What the
just
fuck
getting a
is wrong
couple
with
extra
you?
bites. He's
You
just
just met, okay, the
you know, he
fucking
just
great
cooked
devourer.
this beautiful meal and
You know
he's
what?
having a couple chef snacks. That's what is.
You know what I'm gonna do?
I gotta
I'm
test the
gonna
quality
fucking
before we
steal
feed it
from
to
the
God.
thing that could eat my house.
It's the poison tester for the king.
Yeah, I gotta quality check it.
That's right.
If
All right,
it's
and
bad
Zazzle,
food,
you said
we wouldn't want to gift it.
you were going to try to roll animal handling here.
Yeah.
What are you thinking of doing with the result of the animal handling check, if I may know? Like, how would you like to try to handle such a beast?
So he's not trying to control it, more so like soothe it, like approach it and try to make it, you know, I'm not sure exactly how you would calm. Yeah, something along those lines. Whatever would be soothing to the creature. Though I'm not sure if he knows exactly what that would. Because since it's a
Gonna give
rare
it
creature.
scritches underneath a scale.
I guess what we could do is we could almost
There
use
you-
the animal handling check as like a supplement to your nature check, where it's like you are using your druidic nature to better identify this creature's needs and desires or something like that, right? Like,
Right. Yeah.
So that's interesting. Okay, so we'll think about that. We'll think about Kyle Ikoxy gnawing on the ogre a little bit before giving it up. Think about Tiber just comically throwing a fully equipped orc into the maw. And Nathaniel is obviously intent on, like, leaving the hobgoblin to one side and moving over to help out with the ogre. Okay. Now that is the reveal of Bonemore. So, what do you
Oh, yeah.
what do you guys think of Bonemore?
More like Teethmore.
Jeez.
Some
You
crazy
put the
shit was
Great
coming.
Maw
Yeah, Toothmore.
into a campaign.
I put the what into a campaign?
The Great Maw.
Great
You
Maw.
even put an ogre in here. The Great Maw in Warhammer lore is the ogre god.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, they gives them gutmancy, and basically they're cursed ever since this thing crashed into the Warhammer world to always be hungry. And it's kind of implied that the food that they eat goes into it, right? So the ogre's always starving, and they make maw pits and sacrifices to it, and that appeases it. And sometimes if they go to it, they feel like a suicidal urge to jump into it and sate the thing. But in Warhammer, it's like the size of a fucking,
Of course.
continent.
Yeah. They
But
can't-
it's funny, you put an ogre in here with the
without
fucking
any knowledge of that
warp.
connection too, because I don't know really anything about 40k or fantasy lore, so that's funny.
Oh yeah.
Well, there you go. What did Balethal, what did you think of the big reveal? I know you don't really have as much, like, you didn't hear the whole. I guess you watched the stream, but you didn't hear the whole like Bone Moor stuff from Zazzle's perspective.
Right. I think it's pretty cool. I like it. We kind of figured that's like once we had all the rumbling and he's like, "Oh, Bodemore is coming." I was like, "Oh, the giant worm monster thing probably," and it did not disappoint. Good.
Teeth Moor, Bone Moor.
Look forward to not being eaten by it.
Yeah, I mean that would be a pretty quick campaign. The feeding Bone Moor one shot, and you feed it yourself, quite literally.
That's right.
No, you just got an acrobatics check for all the teeth.
This campaign is just gonna be us making sacrifices to this thing the whole game. I can see it now. We're gonna be adventuring through this giant goddamn place. This guy's just gonna keep.
I can't believe you
showing
actually
up.
thought we were going back to the surface world.
Well,
I'm never gonna get to ride my mount. Never.
Think about it like this.
Buddy, your mount's getting fed to this thing when it runs out of food.
No. At the end of the campaign, when we're like level 6 and we finally reach the surface, I'm gonna be riding this thing and we're gonna like fight a dragon or
Yeah,
something.
you're all riding it like a dune style, dune sandworm. But I was just gonna
I'm
say,
gonna get advantage on all my attacks against everything.
yeah, I was just gonna say that earlier Shambler was talking about wanting a land whale, and I just thought that I already had this in the game like ready to go, so it's not like I did this in response, but he kind of found that, so I just.
We are going to tame this thing in the name of Cathora and use it to conquer a mighty kingdom that shall be ruled justly. And its taxes will primarily be sheep that we eat.
Yeah, you're gonna need a lot of fucking holy fuck. Factory farming started way earlier than we thought.
We're gonna start a lot of wars just for grasslands to feed those sheep.
I feel like Zalz's opinion is he just wants it to go live somewhere else.
Yeah, like where it's supposed to.
It's gonna live in my
far
kingdom,
away.
my great land.
Well, what does Tiber think, or Three Crow in general, about this revelation? I thought it was interesting that he was a bit nervous about the amount of destruction and stuff, or a bit like perhaps in awe.
Yeah, I mean, he's just sitting there thinking to himself, like, all right, we're in an underground tunnel, and something that is possibly bigger than the tunnel is moving beneath my feet. This is probably a bad idea.
Well, you had the most acute sense off the back of your tremor sense, so.
If there had been,
Are you sure you don't want to become a part of the Earth again?
not like that. If there had been more time before the reveal, I had kind of wanted to trick Skidmore into going down to the end of the hallway to see if he could influence it to appear through the rubble to open up the hallway.
Oh, that would have been pretty good. I mean, there's, like, you have to imagine if this thing ever decides to uproot and go somewhere else, It's leaving behind a fucking passageway, so that is a pretty good, like, that's a quick thinking move right there. Displace some of that. Maybe that'll be a reward that it provides you or something.
Yeah, I also have like Tiber probably wouldn't think of this, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, what if we captured Skinmore, took him above ground, and then had him dance like in an enemy territory so that it gets fucking terathed?
Swallowed up, yeah. That would be one way to break their resolve and their morale. How do we feel we did on, like, the combat looked like it was a bit scary, but overall in terms of also, like, balancing the time that everybody had? I know that we took a little bit to get to Zazzle, but and then he also had, like, not that much he could do with combat, but he did end up saving himself and another man, Nathaniel, so I think he made a good first impression on himself. But how did you guys all feel about the like the time balancing, so to speak?
I thought it was pretty good.
I need to speed up my turns. Sorry about that. Just a lot of actions to think about.
Yeah, maybe pre-planning.
It's all good.
Yeah, it's. I think it's actually fine. It's just weird, or it was weird, and it will be weird for at least this session, and probably a few more, just because I have like 0 bonus actions, and Balethal is like 0 bonus actions. So you have like all these. You have a decent amount of action economy at level 1, and we have like nothing, which is fine. It's just weird to start off with.
Yeah, that's how the a lot of the vanilla classes are going to feel comparatively, since I haven't like processed them into something that has that more. So it's kind of what's interesting is that the intended subclass that Balthal's going for Zazzle feels a lot like Ranger in some ways, but they do obviously druidify it. But in my head, like Ranger would always have every Ranger. It's not a subclass specific thing for Ranger to have like an animal companion in my proposed redo of Ranger, so I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how we decide to Syndesaurify the like sorcerer and druid. If you guys have ideas between sessions, I'll definitely be happy to homebrew implement it so that we have something a little bit better, a little bit more interactive.
I think it would be interesting if druids got their subclass at first level to help define like what type of druid they are from the get-go.
Right.
At the very least, they should get shape or what is it? Shapeshift or whatever it's called. Wild shape, yeah. They should get that at level 1 because it's just like it is the druid thing.
Yeah, same as like me
It's
making
similar to Smite and Paladin.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember Jason feeling really tiresome to play in combat at level 1 until we got that wild shape at level 2. So
Well, that's also
definitely
because
think that there needs to be some shape shifting.
It's also because of what, Colin?
That's partially because obviously it is a wild shape thing, but it's also partially because you refuse to have Jason use his magic from the character stuff.
That is true.
Yeah, but I think if the wild shape had been there at level 1, it would have been easier to justify.
No,
that,
for
like,
sure. Yeah. No, I completely agree. I just think
that's also that is worth pointing out.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Jason as a character, I had to make some adjustments to the idea that he can't squid right now. How are we gonna justify that? And that kind of resulted in the I guess he's just really ignorant about things. So.
Yeah. Well, we've got some things to think about for sure. I do think that like making the class more about its core identity at level 1, giving it the fancy stuff that everybody plays the class for would make sense. So Zazzle is probably going to be able to wild shape if you guys get into combat in the next session, even though you guys are probably not going to be level 2 before the combat. Anyway, something to think about. I have to pop off pretty soon here, but if you guys have any other anything else you want to mention about the session, feel free to before I go.
I enjoyed it. I don't have any specific feedback, but it was pretty cool.
I like how incredibly violent everything feels. Like Eric almost died. Zazzle almost died. I think Nathaniel almost died too.
Yeah, they all got.
Yeah, I was on 2 health.
Yeah, they all got pretty low at different times. So the lethality is definitely a neck up, right? A leg up.
Yeah, my monk might be coming out sooner than expected.
Just throw him into this one if your character dies.
There were a couple attacks
He
here
wouldn't
that
fit.
would
He would make 0 sense. What'd you say?
There were a couple attacks here, like from the ogre and stuff.
Oh
that
yeah,
would have just
absolutely.
one-shot you outright.
Yeah, I have 8 health. I think literally any attack that has any kind of weight to it kills me. That's why mage armor is so important for me. But it's also like my main thing that's gonna help me is just good positioning.
Yeah, well, that's why you've got that climbing speed. GG's, homies.
GG's.
You guys next.
Peace.
See you later.
You.